Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and here we are with another live stream. So my thought today is I'm going to see whether I can't do a denoising plugin. I've been asked for one of those a little while back, and I feel like I should be able to adapt something that I do to that purpose. I've got a couple of straight ideas around it, but on the whole, I have a fairly clear idea of what I'm going after. So with no further ado, we'll jump right in. And I'll get going. I've just made my third cup of coffee for the day. So with a bit of luck, this will be a day of hammering away at the coding and making something happen. We shall see. Just out of curiosity, though, I want to peek at how I've got this arranged. This is not my first thing for the day, as usual. I have done an entire morning of further reverb developments. It's going to take a while before I really see what's going on with that. Let's see what's going on with this. And I've got workers going around outside hammering and things. So whatever. Don't mind the hammering. If you can even hear it, maybe you can't. I don't know. I will have to not mind the hammering. So in re-looking at this, I wonder whether I can't interleave this the way I do with the other ones. Because here's the thing. What I'm doing currently with Smoothie Q2, I don't remember whether that's out yet. I think it is. And Smoothie Q3, I'm pretty sure, is not out yet. And yet that's what I was going to work on for the denoise plugin. I wonder whether I can actually take the pair filters. And it's like, so let's have a look at a couple of different things. This could be a refactoring situation. So let's see, angle filter. Also angle EQ, but we're not going to worry about that. So I've got a few different ways of doing EQs, and they're all based on the concept of simpler than a biquad algorithm. And by the same token, they all have limitations. For instance, they might have substantially more of a phase rotation around the cutoff point, or just not be steep enough. Like the least steep filter that I can do is simply an averaging filter. And in recent work, such as Smoothie Q3, for instance, which I can also open, I can keep opening things until this program crashes. And then maybe even then. Honestly, I wonder what they're doing out there, because it doesn't sound like it's coming from the place I'm expecting it to come from. It sounds like it's coming from my neighbors that direction, and that seems odd, but who can say? As long as they're not banging on my poor new car, which is pristine so far. Hopefully it'll stay that way for a while. There's not a lot that I can do if it doesn't. So Smoothie Q3. Here is the most recent formulation of my technique for Yeah, Smooth EQ3 is just doing two filters, and it's doing that technique of putting the sound back together again. This is what I was going to use going forwards into doing the denoising plugin. That said, I'm not sure how helpful that's going to be, because what I'm really looking for is one where it's clearly using the topology I'm using for the filters these days. And that suggests that this one's steeper. Maybe this one's going to look a little bit more like what I'm looking for. I know it's built out of biquad filters, except for the very last stage I do not think is. So one thing I'll note is it doesn't look as if I am building this out of arrays. So if I was building it out of arrays, and I'm talking my way through all of this just in case it leads me somewhere, in specific, I'm interested in knowing whether this will lead me into a different way of doing pair filters. Because watch this. We've got treble L equals input sample L and all this kind of stuff. But then we are reassembling it again out of these four stages. It's all being done in this subtractive way. And this is one phase of filtering. This is what's been getting me results lately. And it's just a different topology for how to assemble the filters. So I'm now wondering whether I should try doing it, because you see, maybe I can arrange these in a different way. So here's pair EQ. Let me just select sections of this. So when we have a biquad filter is doing this sequence of calculations. Pair filter, not the same. It's doing this sequence of calculations that's a lot smaller. And that would be because the pair filter is not as sophisticated a calculation as a biquad. A biquad uses multiple delayed samples and things to be able to do a bunch of stuff with resonance and so on. And I don't get that out of the filter that I invented because it's more primitive. Also, see, I'll hang in there as well as I can. Hey, frog in a well. All is reasonably well. I'm going to see how I do with this stream today. It may be another one of those frustrating ones, but I mean, the frustrating Tuesday from last week directly gave me slew 4. So maybe I'm going back to the well. Maybe I am tackling stuff that will be frustrating and have me feel really dumb, and yet it will lead me somewhere useful. Also, on this other computer, I see that my Twisted Wave program is opened, and it need not be. So maybe I'm simply looking for a excuse to because you see the way I do these, Smooth EQ2 is built out of biquads, right? So that looks like this. And if I stack them up in this particular way, what ends up happening, is I get a really effective, really clean, adaptable filter. And that's what you have in Smoothie Q2. And Smoothie Q3, which I opened before deciding I didn't want to look at it anymore, is a simpler version of a similar thing. Smoothie Q3 is, and I could probably go with, I'm figuring things out. See, looking at angle filter here, maybe isn't the one I should be looking at. Because angle EQ, or better still, one of the subsidiary, the guitar ones, all based on the same thing, really. Oh, this is even better. So these are just based off of angle filter, and it is a double loop. It's doing this pulse thing, and then it's doing the filter bands, and there are lots of filter bands in here. And the way this one works when you actually use it is it makes really steeply separated bands, but they interact with each other in a weird way. Whereas pair works like this, and probably could do with a reformulating. In fact, maybe that would be, I don't think I have a pair EQ2, but I could probably put some time into reorganizing this, because you see the way this one works, it is doing each of these bands from beginning to end, and then like reassembling it in this way before doing another pull. So if you only had one pull, it would do very little. There wouldn't be much happening there. But the more we steepen it, the more it's able to do its extreme effects, and that's what you get out of Pointy Guitar, or indeed Pointy Deluxe. Pointy Guitar is the same as Pointy Deluxe. It's just that the control section of it is slightly different. And I'm looking to use Pointy Deluxe and other things like it for upcoming console versions. I have my control surface set up so that I can go with the new form, and I'm still figuring stuff out here. Like this is all kind of a lot, but I knew it was going to be like this. I knew it was going to be like this heading into the fall, because I have a bunch of stuff to do to properly get ready for Console H, and then also the one that I want to use for myself. And what I was thinking of this morning, I've got the control surface set up so that I can use Airwindows just like it is on Console X. Have those 4 joysticks operating Smoothie Q2 so I can use those 4 bands and do what I want with them. I think that's going to work way better. I have a plugin that is coming out that will replace the high pass and low pass. In fact, I'm replacing the high pass and low pass in Console X with effectively the cabinet simulation in Pointy Guitar. Hey, Jonathan. I'm replacing discontinuity with discontapity, which is less of a specialized thing and more just leaning in the direction of stuff feeling a little bit fuller and more. I'll still have a pan control. I have a upgrade to dynamics, which I think is actually going to do good things. That's all about reducing it down to 4 controls so that I can use my little faders on the control surface and get useful results. And I think that's actually going to make it a lot more accessible. Having the 2 parallel bands doesn't seem very useful to me anymore. And I'm talking gibberish, my apologies. It's going to be one of those days. No, not Console X2. And then I've got banks of controls up top, which were what was being used for the multi-band compression and gating that's part of Console X that I ended up never using for anything. Like, I really couldn't wrap myself around that one in a way that was that useful. And so I've relabeled and reknobbed all of those sections to become 2 matching sections of exactly 10 knobs each. And that matches what Pointy Deluxe does, or Chimey Deluxe, etc. Other things that you have not actually got yet. I'm thinking in terms of a console AW that is simpler. And I'm looking to build a mixing system, unlike just running with Console X, because it's like I had a whole thing set up with that, involving stuff like a control surface and all manner of stuff. I don't think anybody but me actually has that. I understand, much like me talking about my failure to sing like Bowie for the latest plugin, and everybody was jumping all over my stuff going, no, it sounds wonderful. It sounds exactly like him. It doesn't. But this is the price I pay for being able to do stuff, is there's going to be this self-talk that goes along with it. And what I have to do is not generalize that too much, not take it too seriously. Like, I work harder and maybe more desperately when I'm like, oh my God, I have nothing going on. Everything is failing. Everything is bad. I have no idea what I'm doing. And the upgrade to SLU came out of that. SLU 4, which I don't know exactly when we're putting that out. I have a pretty good backlog of stuff that needs to come out now. But that came out of a day of just beating my head against the wall and being deeply frustrated. So I'm flinging myself into another one of those. Then maybe for the rest of the month, I'll just be playing Minecraft or whatever, because I'll have built so many things. Yeah, they were. I mean, I can explain some of where that comes from. All you have to do is be able to project in the right way and also approach the recording the right way. I went up into my drum room with a phone, and I knew, and that also hurt the tone of the thing that I was doing, but I was doing it for a reason, to make it be more accessible to people. And then simply started singing the David Bowie thing that I've known all my life pretty much, without belting or straining my voice in a particular way. And the particular lines that I sang worked well with a little hesitancy, a little humanity. The love me, say it. And it was a little bit more, I was projecting, but I wasn't belting. Sometimes that works real good. Where I failed all over the place, but where I failed was that I went immediately up to a much louder level of belting, which was not correct. That's not how that song goes. But it's how I tend to go. Zoom H1, yep, that would be about this. Arguably, Zoom H1 would be in some ways better than a phone. But yeah, you get stuff like that going on. And then part of what was happening was doing my first take of like, okay, I've gone up here, now I'm going to try to sing into my phone. There was a naturalness and ease to the first attempt of doing the thing. I was more present in the present as I started to sing the line from Bowie, and wasn't focusing as hard on, okay, now I have to fix the notes. okay, now I have to make sure that I'm not going too loud or that I'm not going too quiet or whatever. I wasn't thinking about the process as much. And I'm pretty sure that's one of the things that Bowie actively did. I have a book, all the Bowie songs. It's not as good as the Pink Floyd or the Led Zeppelin versions of those books, and one of the things that it talks about is his practice of going in, and a lot of the stuff that he sang was first take stuff. He would go in and just express himself and then not beat it into the ground. You can do the other thing, which is either like modern music, or if you want an example of somebody who would have gone into the studio and beat himself into the ground until it was exactly the way that he wanted, Donald Fagen, Steely Dan. Steely Dan would make damn sure all the little details were exactly perfect, no matter how much they had to overdub and everything. And the high point of that performance, I think, is probably Haitian Divorce off the Royal Scam album, because it's this really interesting melody and a really interesting vocalization that sounds completely constructed from individual syllables. And I sing along to Steely Dan in the car sometimes. But Bowie would be like, I'm trying to think of the name of one of the tracks off of Diamond Dogs. Sweet Thing. Sweet Thing and Diamond Dogs, clearly none of the imperfections are fixed out of it. It's like he went up onto a big glamorous stage and just started emoting and acting. And because it's one of the things that he did, was he acted his songs. And there's this intimacy that comes out of it, even if not all of the notes are exactly right. He had enough control of his instrument to not have them be wildly super wrong, except sometimes in the Ziggy Stardust days they were. And it didn't matter, because that's not what he was doing, producing like a clinical performance of exact notes. He was expressing emotions and feelings and the character he was putting across. Yeah, Lady Grinning Souls, there's lots of ones like that. The Man Who Sold the World has a bunch of wonky vocals, but it's the same deal. It's the same thing. And you can do that. And I can do that if I'm willing to try. To the extent that I can even complete, like if I tried to sing the rest of that Bowie line, even a note down, I would fail to hit the falsetto because I can't hit that note. And so I stopped. But yeah. I believe Sinew and Air 4 are completely different. I believe the clue parameter in mastering is exactly the same as Air 4. And by the way, if the person who was asking me for the multi-channel mastering is in chat, are you in chat? Go and re-download it if you are. Or if you show up and ask me about that again, I have a pleasant surprise for you. Go and re-download it. It is now including a mastering mono plugin. Everywhere you will find it. And the mastering mono plugin is literally what you asked for. So you're welcome. I am not turning around and releasing it as a separate, like the release for the week. Partly because that is AU only, and I prefer to not make a big deal of using an entire week to release a plugin that more than half the people can't actually use. But for those of you who are on audio units and doing multi-channel mixes, mastering is now one of the ones that you can use. In fact, multiple things to do today. I really should look into whether I can make an update to the pair filter and simply repurpose it until it does what I want. I feel like that would be good. I think I should do that. But also, one of the things that I'm waiting on doing is going through and listing every single plugin that I have ever done that will work for Macintosh audio unit multi-channel mixers. Yeah, Sinew is pretty neat. not sure to what extent I've used it for things. I'm actually kind of curious. Let me quit out of here. And I do have this thing that I was doing for Slew. And okay, yeah, and I was testing it using Air4. And so you can't hear what that's doing, but that is my test for that. Slew 4 isn't exactly what I'd hoped for, but it does do the things I'd hoped. We'll leave that as that, but I don't remember whether I tested Sinew with this, so probably worth me having a look. PQS. And once I've looked into that, if I can find it, no, there it is, found it. Let us now see what this does. Okay, doing that. We're not hearing this because it'll give you tinnitus. But Sinew is like a weird sort of slew clipping kind of thing. And what we've got here is a situation where I set it up so that it's cutting off the sounds this produces. And this started out, well, maybe it is actually doing what I thought. Oh my goodness, look at that. So the argument here is if you do tape compression properly, and you have 4 signals happening, these signals, your individual tone sweep is going to be substantially louder than the combination of those 4 signals. Now, if Sinew is not actually engaging with anything, like this, here's the amplitude of those 4 signs. When I play it, you can kind of hear the low one and you can hear the middle one, and then the 2 high ones are being represented cleanly enough, but those are at 20K. And my NS10s are fairly capable of making a loud noise up there. But then when I bring in this enough to drop them this many dB, the interference starts to kick in, and indeed that is the amplitude level that they're at. And let's see, the lows are starting at there, and then when it kicks in, the individual ones are even louder. And that's at about 4, 5. So one thing I could do is, let's see, open up something that will have a reaction. We can make that much darker. See, that's what's going to become the kind of like tape compression behavior. But if I was to do it with Sinew, that's not the same behavior, is it? We can scrunch it pretty solidly, but yeah, I can hear it grinding. Whereas with the slew, check this out. Next time it comes around, I'll tell you what to listen for. So slew 4 can act as a de-esser. That's how hard it steps on highs. Sinew cannot. It just goes into distortion. Unless maybe we stack it. But when we turn slew 4 up this much, you can't really hear it very well over the microphone, but whatever. I don't care. It's a de-esser. See, it's so much of a de-esser that it's able to go all the way through and produce massive lisping. It is not necessarily the next plugin of the week, no. I've got a whole bunch of stuff stacked up waiting to come out. It is coming out, though. It will come. Let me quit out of there. I'm kind of talking about all of these things. I need to actually do them. I'm pretty sure that PeriQ came out. Antrave, this new one is going to be easier to use, because the previous ones would tend to make a sort of grating high frequency tone or be hard to even hear, like slew 2, hard to even hear. They're all basically slew clipping, and this upcoming one not so much. The upcoming one has more in common with acceleration. In fact, it's using the method that acceleration uses to track extreme high-frequency content. And it's doing a 2-sample delay, and it's doing a bunch of stuff like that. There is no state bias plugin to the best of my knowledge. Let's jump into this. How about? I know I put out PeriQ, or at least I think I did. Let me look into some of my lists of plugins and see what I've actually put out. Elemental P. I did not. Will you look at that? Per came out. Per 2 came out. PeriQ in its original form found its place in some of the EQs for things like Console LA, Console MC. Those things got PeriQ, but it doesn't look as if PeriQ per se came out as itself. That's interesting. That suggests that I can go and reformat it now, and it can become another release, because it does actually count as one of my weird little hacks to do. I just don't have it in the right topology yet. Interesting. Okay. Unless I've failed to understand things or something. Let me look at what text. This is my list of all the plugins that have actually come out. Yeah. No, this has been sitting by the side simply because I'm using this to construct other things at least a year ago, if not more. This has been sitting waiting to happen. Well, shucks, folks. Looks like we're going to get a Smooth EQ 2 and a Smooth EQ 3, but I also get to try to apply the same principles to the pair filter. Yeah, and you got it, sort of, kind of. Because what you got was pair built into some of my console versions before I was going as hard on things like Console X. That whole phase of using letters instead of numbers and basing things on famous consoles of the past? Yeah, that's what I was doing back in the day. And we can see quite plainly, and look, we have a variation on it too. What does this incorporate? This might have been what I was using. There will be a Smoothie Q3, yeah. It is for a very specific purpose. Smoothie Q3 is to be the one that goes in, well, assuming that I've got this the way that I expect. Yeah, Smoothie Q3 was the one that would go into Console H. It was a 3-band fixed frequency EQ, like a channel EQ kind of thing, where you could, I'll show you. And then I'll go look at some of these other things. And finish my third cup of coffee, which is almost gone. Here we go. This is a good platform for showing Smoothie Q3 on. And it's not going to be in recent effects, but all the same, I know I've finished it. So it'll be in VST effects if I did. Ambiguous. Looky there. Here we have a Smoothie Q3. So it is flat as ever when not used actively, but it is effective as anything when you want it to be. Lower highs, boost more highs, cut bass, boost bass. So this is the one that's going into Console H. Smoothie Q2, which you've already got, goes into Console AW so that I can use it with my joysticks, because it was designed around being able to do that with it. This one's two separate things. One of them is getting these extreme sounds. If you want them. So for just 3 controls, that lets you do all manner of stuff. I'm hoping it's easy to approach, not baffling and incomprehensible to use. It's basically as easy to approach as Baxendall, but there's a special thing going on with it, which is Smoothie Q3 not only gives you that amount of control over the basic general tone of the thing, so that it can be one of the EQ options. The other EQ option is another thing that I have to build. And it'll be the parametric EQs that also work as bit crushers. That's going to be interesting to play with. But the other thing about it is it's designed to be as simple as possible. It uses one layer of biquad filters, one layer of averaging filters, to produce steeper angles than you would normally get. So you can have these aggressive effects out of it, but it needs to run very, 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 very efficiently. And that's what it has available. In fact, this is also something that can be, people can use the MIT licensed code in their own things if they were trying to make a EQ filter that works as well as this, but they're running on limited hardware. They need to code something where they can do these filter crossovers and have this tone quality without it being really expensive to implement CPU-wise. So that's another reason why it's being built into Console H. Because I want Console H to have all of the audio toys imaginable, but also be able to run on really old computers in case it finds its intended target audience being like little kids in the ghetto running on a Raspberry Pi or whatever, people who cannot afford big, fancy, expensive computers. So it's going to need to be able to run efficiently. I can't do the full, like, Console X, bring in everything but the kitchen sink. It needs to also run efficiently on older computers so people can work and make music, whether or not they have the latest, greatest computer. I can show you how to make saturators. There's a number of ways of doing that. Let me quit out of here. One of the things I'm going to be doing is jumping back into here. And I wanted to have a look at this and see what I was doing with it. So pair light. So here's how this works. Oh, I see I've got shifting a bit stuff going on in here as well. That's interesting. Oh, I apparently have built in I guess I have roughed this out into the MCI version without even planning that. So this is wild. This is not actually Paralight EQ. This is fully console MC. Huh. Up to and including the gain and pan sections, except for they appear to be the gain and pan sections from console 0. Okay. Fine. Right on. I don't know why this is the way that it is, but it is. Well, gosh, I'd like to think so. Maybe what that means is when I go back into doing songs and singing and stuff, which might be, I don't know, this coming spring, wherever, whenever, I should probably simply lean into that. Like, I've got songs that I wrote that leaned in that direction that I never did anything much with. There's a song on, I think, if not the Airwindows channel, then another channel that I had, which not the one I'm using now for stuff, that I had a bunch of Minecraft Let's Plays on back in the day. And I had a song called Baby's Prison, which was kind of overly earnest and stuff, and I made the terrible mistake of attempting to put a rap section in, which was similar to the section in Rise where it goes to this nasty voice. I tried to do one that was like that, but a literally rapped section, and did not end up liking the end result of that. I was dissatisfied with what came out, so you've never heard of it. But that existed. And the sung parts of it leaned in what would work as a Bowie-esque direction. Honestly, Rise would work in a Bowie-esque direction as well. The problem with Rise, which you have been hearing here now and then, and it came out in recent years, was that I sang it in the spring during a winter when I had not yet discovered I have allergic reactions to ash and winter. And so what I do these days is just the first stage, the first iterations of antihistamines that people ever came out with, like going to sleep with a Benadryl. And then there's also some other fluticasone or something that's a nasal spray you can use. And if I do those, then all of a sudden I can vocalize, talk for 6 hours on a live stream, and should be able to sing without as much trouble. But when I did Rise, I was struggling to make a sound without coughing, so it shows. And that's a song where I could absolutely lean in that direction. There's also a song way back. I have a book. This is songs that I wrote. You've never heard of any of them. Because I decided they were no good. But it's not like I've never done that before. This very first one is a song called Another Beautiful Friend. And it kind of holds up. I could do that one. And it is a crooner song. It's a Bowie-ish song. This is more of a joke. This is a song called Banana Shoes, and it would need to be done in the style of They Might Be Giants, because it's literally a riff on They Might Be Giants. And I don't know whether I would do that one or whether it's too much of a rip-off to bother ever doing. But it exists. This is one that never became anything because it wants to be some kind of extreme metal thing or whatever, and I'm not happy with the words. And it's incredibly negative and vicious. This is one where I have a riff and then the words were a complete failure. I did that once. This is one that I never did because I wrote it and it's so old that it's like, some of these are so old that they're like coming from this place where it could easily be taken as some like alienated incel boy being mad at everything. Like, there were ones that I wrote when I was still growing up, and I was identifying things that were wrong with the world, but I didn't really attribute these wrong things to anything useful. But yeah, that one, never done. Here's one that was meant to be like James Brown or something, because my voice can do noises like that, and yet I am not happy with the way the lyrics went. Here's one from when I was a literal child, like 17 or 18 years old. Honking noises outside, some kids on a bicycle or something. This one's called Cold Wind, and I wrote it when I was like literally a child. And you could do this one in that Bowie style. I think I struggled with it back in the day because I didn't want to sing that way. I wanted to be way more fierce. Here's another one from back when I was a kid. These are literally typed. This was before computers were a thing. And this is one where you could have read it as being like, this was about the lady that I dated in Canada. It wasn't. This was about getting very close to a man when I was about 18 and deciding, yeah, I think I know what you want to do with me, and I don't know if I want to go with that. And so I wrote a vaguely Bishonen kind of a song that would come appropriately from a twink. And never did figure out how I would want to express that, so I never was able to make it happen. But this is one of those solid ones. Some of the ones that I did when I was a kid were actually good. Here's another one. I did a version of this, and this is we've gone from A to D. And this one did not succeed when I tried to do it. And I think probably part of the reason was that I would need to Bowie it up a little bit in order to make it work. It is... I don't know what to call it. I have crossed out lyrics in this one. This one has crossed out words. Because I had written another thing and I was like, oh, that's terrible. I never want that. I could probably do those crossed out words now. Here's one that you know what? I'm putting this back away again. This is not for me going through the lyrics that I wrote all throughout my life. This is for me coding stuff. But when I say you can do this, in a way I'm encouraging people to do what I should do myself. And a lot of my life has been spent gaining more readiness to do things like that. To be able to express something. And I'd like to see other people do that. whether or not I'm able to do it myself, I would like to see other people be encouraged to go and express themselves in music. Also, I see some chat. CW, I've not read DSP textbooks. Let's do a thing today, which is let's go through some of the stuff that I've done, such as the pair filter or pair light. Or maybe not pair light, that's been changed into something else at this stage. This one is fully attempting to be like what we have in here. Literally contains the pair filter and a bunch of weird things. And then there's the mid boost. This is literally console MC. Probably an early version of it. But this is literally console MC up to and including a subtype section for manipulating what the would-be console had going on inside it. And then it literally contains panning and saturation. So this stopped being Paralight, and I coded it into something else without noticing. Just copied it straight over. And what's this? What's this, precious? This is console MC, again. And it contains an every slew, which is an older version of what I used to do with slew. Currently, slew 4 would be better than all of this put together. Same deal with subtype. Yeah, this no longer has PeriQ in it. That's funny as hell. That's amazing, in fact. I can't believe it. Yeah, so that's odd. I don't think I need to keep this around if it doesn't actually have PeriQ in it. I'm going to say I don't. We're going to throw that away because this is essentially the same thing as console MC bus or some variation of it. So goodbye to that. Cleaning up my desktop here. Well, I mean, that's the thing is doing stuff like that essentially would involve me doing what I'm trying to encourage people to do. Possibly on stream. Of literally just sitting down and banging some stuff out, because the best music in history has typically been done that way. Whether it's classics like Elton John's Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, or a whole bunch of that Bowie stuff. Notably, especially around the time of Station to Station and Scary Monsters and so on, those records came out of Bowie hooking up with essentially the same crew of musicians for several albums in a row. And they were just able to go in and bang the stuff out. So you listen to something like Wild as the Wind, which I posted for $10 and up plus patrons, because that's the best I can do for that. You're hearing a drummer just like laying it down across the course of the track. And they probably only had to play it through once. They might have played it through as a band. It might have been like one take, and then Bowie would go and do a vocal take over it, and they would be done. Because they were disciplined enough to be able to play it sitting down together, guitar, bass, and drums, lay down a basic track, just playing in the studio, that was grooving and solid and powerful enough to carry everything else. Maybe a couple of overdubs, overdub a lead vocal. Bowie would probably just do one take on that, maybe throw some harmonies and things on there, and it would be done. So that's the kind of thing that you could sit down and do in a live stream, except for it's more difficult putting it together piece by piece. But it's still the sort of thing that one would do. And I could see like doing a mix as a separate setting, not getting too bogged down in it, like recording the thing and then like turning down all the faders and starting from scratch the next time, and then doing a mix in a setting. Because when you go into the let's bang it out and or let's grovel over it until it is perfect, 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 you start getting different things. Like you start getting the Steely Dan style of vibe. And that's neat in its own way. But we've seen a lot of that by now, because all of recording and music has become that. So yeah, that's one of the things I've thought of, is I just have to start going and making some of these tracks, much like what in 2022, 2023, I spent a fair bit of the live streams and things, spent part of the spring going in there and spending a day kind of making something up from scratch using the arrangement cards and things that I've been trying to develop, intentionally trying to start things from like fairly improvised chords and stuff. And it did actually lead me to useful places, except for I tended to make things in such a way that it would be like 3 minutes of one riff and then 3 minutes of another riff, and then let's make up words over some of these things. It would tend to be a different day for those. And I didn't want to do vocals on stream because it would be very frightening to do that. And then I would have something that I intended to patch together out of mix downs. I'd mix the whole thing down and then I would edit it together. I did a whole bunch of stuff like that. Ended up using Reaper's Retune to tweak a bunch of the notes and got my result out of that. Ended up with an entirely different way of tweaking vocals afterwards. And then tried to slide all the stuff around in the arrange window to make it into something that was edited together in the DAW so I could just run it through. And when I did that, I lost all of the pitch corrections that I had done and didn't have control enough over my instrument to be able to do vocals at the time, and stopped. I wasn't able to finish it and take it to what it would need to be. And it was very heavily based on going to do 5 minutes of this one riff and then overdub everything I could possibly want in that 5-minute section, rather than throwing a bunch of riffs and things together, maybe throwing a few instruments on them, then editing them together into a song, then overdubbing more stuff over the song. And that's probably what I would want to do. But yeah, this is all stuff that gives one furiously to think. Let me look at some of these old things as long as we're digging into this stuff and figuring out how to make it more okay. So that is a biquad based thing. We apparently have only one stage of this. I'm looking at it to see what it means. And then what do we have here? Okay, so this is a slightly cumbersome way of doing this, but I know what this is. This is applying either a sine or a cosine to each band, and we're doing only one band. And it's kind of taking up a lot of space the way I'm doing it. So that's interesting. And then for each stage we do this. That's what I'm doing between every stage these days. So this clearly never came out. I'm not exactly sure why. It looks done. This looks finished. Maybe I just didn't like it. Yeah, this exists, but I'm not sure exactly why. I don't know why it didn't come out. It looks like it would work, but I'm not really sure what it's doing. You know what? I'm going to quit out of there, and I have just finished my coffee in time for noon. So I'll stop there, and then we're going to go in and redo the PeriCube so that the polls work the way that Smoothie Q 2 and 3 work. But for that reason, I need to step away from the computer for a moment. So I'm going to try to find some reasonably pleasing noise to throw on here. How about this one? And I will come back after I have done a little bit of self-care in the way that one does when you're doing a long live stream and drinking too much coffee. I probably don't have to spell it out. And I cannot demonstrate this one using Meter because I can't run Meter on this antique computer. Let us play it. I'll be back. good enough. I'll let this continue to play, but that noise is actually a synthesizer. That's, I think, a Kawaii G Mega on telephone. Thing about telephone is it is a telephone ringing sound that you can make alias if you freak out the computer enough with it. G Mega is an old General MIDI synthesizer that I had back in the day. I don't have it anymore. And did a whole manner of things, making synthesizer-like noises out of what is actually an old Rompler. Because it let me. It was a thing that would let me. Speaking of things that would let me, this is still here. What would happen if I stripped out all the crap that is not meant to be there? Like this, and this, and this. And I bet I don't need this. So in theory, that's 10 bands of pear filter. So I can do it the way that I'm doing other ones. Let's see whether we can first make this, strip these things out of it, make it build. It's certainly not going to need all these. I don't know what they even go to anymore. We're not going to use that. We're not going to use this or this or this or that, because we're trying to make it what it says on the tin. I'm trying to make it be literally parallel EQ rather than all manner of other stuff. Okay, so we're not going to, maybe I can just, I'm contemplating rebuilding it again from scratch. That's what I'm doing. One, three, where's two? Where's two, precious? Why do we not have two, huh? I don't think we need this observation. I don't think we need this. See, if I was to build this from scratch, it would be built with A, B, and C rather than 1, 2, 3, and 4, because my current stuff uses letters rather than these numbers. And it's not going to have that, and it's not going to have that, and it's not going to have this, or this, or any of this. I'm going to try to make this be a thing. I'm going to try to make this do something. So that stops, all of this stops. None of that, please. Let's have only this bit. And then we not do these. or that, or this, or this or that. But we do use this. And then nope. So in theory, we might have something here. Wonder if it builds. Probably not. No? No. What's it upset about now? Oh, this is some foolishness. That's not how we do this. I don't know why this is the way it is either. In fact, I'm not sure this is a thing. That looks like it comes from somewhere else. Yeah, we don't have subs in here anymore. Meaning we don't have that in there anymore. Does it build? Okay, but does this do anything, or is it just gone now? Four, 5, 6, 7. How about like this? That would mean this has to go like that, and this has to go like that. And this needs to stop being this and be something else. We don't need that. Let's not have that be there. Oh, and we're duplicating it. Not. And there's only one of these. Okay, so what happens when we do this is unhelpful. So let's make it not be this. There, now in the middle it's unity gain, and you can boost and cut. That's a little more normal to how things are being done at the moment. And this is coded annoyingly to me. I do not like this. I think I want to do this differently. So let's start here. So you do have to start by assigning a thing. And having done this, we do automatically have mid-sample generated. So if we do it this way, and we have not busted it into multiple sections yet, we're still doing all of the filtering in one stack and then all the filtering in another stack, so this is not going to produce the sound I want. That doesn't matter that much though. This also means mid and treble are actually correct. Also means we do not have to assign this again, because it is already the one I want. Meaning this goes here. Okay, this is annoying. This is annoying. One downside to doing this, oh, I did it wrong. I'm an idiot. Is that I chase people away. I guess you take your chances. Jonathan, I don't know what you're talking about. Comfort zone, huh? Okay, these move to here. Now I have to find this. And indeed, this. Okay, so that should have produced Paralight EQ as I previously had it. One thing about it though is we have to do this. We're going to be moving this polls business outside this entire area. But first we have to build it. And this is the best I can do for somebody who asked earlier, how do I do a DSP textbook? I don't do a DSP text. Those pluses can be by themselves because they're inside an area that is summed up by equals. I can also do a mono version of this later, but I now have to include high, mid, and low, assuming I want to call them that. I could call them treble, mid, and bass, or I could rename these things. We'll call it treble, mid, and bass. So if I do this, I should have an EQ, because what we had before was an EQ that didn't do anything because we didn't change the volume of anything. Having done this, should give me an end result that builds. Oh, did that wrong. Why are we redeclaring? Oh, I see. Well, you know how this works. Not only do we not have to redefine it, but we can do a minus equals here. So rather than redeclaring, what we do with this is we subtract the bass out of it. Much like with the treble there, we made the treble by subtracting mid from the input sample. And this should work, although it's not going to be labeled correctly, so I would kind of like to deal with that too. I also don't know whether I'm using all of, I'm not using pair C at all, am I? Fancy that. We can take that away. That exists in the other version of this program. And this is a giant mess. But we can clean up the giant mess just a little bit. And remove some of this stuff. And yeah, that's about right. That's about right. 6 things. I'm used to having them use letters. It's not going to use letters the way the other one did. Pink Sounds, listen to Frog in the Well there with that line of observation, because moving forwards, listen to me as I talk about all of this. I'm miserable. I'm having a terrible time. That's probably why it's going to work. I'm in that zone where I'm babbling, and that's because too much of my brain is engaged on things that are acting kind of unhelpful. And I'm just kind of trying to keep track of too much at any one given moment. These all appear to be 0 to 1. That's fine. But if I can walk my way through this, I can do the other Perry Q, which never ended up coming out. Perry Q never ended up coming out. So this could end up in something that is amusing in its own right. I don't know exactly what it's going to do. I will be able to demonstrate what it does if this works. And then here we have our controls. This is set up the way this works. I could update it to go A through whatever. I'm not worried about that right now. And it cut itself down until it was only this big. But that's nothing because it'll be even smaller once I finish working on it. There we go. You know what? I want to do the thing I said I was going to do. This is not being made in the current day when my template uses A through whatever, but I'm going to update it until everything says A through whatever. It's going to be A through F. Just because that's going to be more akin to what I'm currently doing, and it stalls me from continuing the work on this. I can wind up spinning my wheels and doing useless things, just because I would rather do that than do the actual work right now. But with a bit of luck, the monotonous nature of this will soothe me so that I can go back into the real work and feel a little better about it. But it's also trying to give me a comfort level, talking about the comfort zone that Jonathan was talking about. I made fun of that, but this is me doing a thing that will give me a little bit more of a comfort zone than I had before. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm used to working on this with these controls labeled like this. Also, I should check and make sure that the EQ version is good. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to call that good. I don't know why it says PEAP, but that's fine. As long as it's a unique identifier, we're good. So now these all need to be updated too. It turns blue when I do. That means I correctly set it to the new setting. There is something subtly soothing about this. Not that the other stuff was going that wrong. I'm just grappling with it in a stage of too much coffee and too many things in my head, and struggling and being unhappy about it because I'm out of sync with what I'm trying to do. But this stuff helps it kind of dial back into the way I'm used to looking at it when I do these things these days, generating it from a template file that has param A to param Z, rather than this writing out numbers. And it is indeed the good type of monotony. So if I do this all perfectly, it'll still compile and nothing will have changed. And this is also a way for me to check and see whether anything in here was weird. I don't think it will be, but I just want to check. And then we'll have a look at that and see whether it does a sound like the previous sound. And we'll run it through noise too, and observe what it does in span. And there's F, and then the last thing to do, and this doesn't have to be stereo, I could do a mono version of this quite easily. Just leave out everything that says R and use only L. There we go. And lastly, alrighty. So we may have just reduced this to the original version of what Paralight EQ was meant to be before it started getting turned into console MC. Let's find out what happened. Back to something where we can clearly hear what happened. I despair at myself sometimes trying to talk. I can't talk. P for pear, for light. H-I-J-K-L-M-N-O-P. I know what letters are. There we go. And it does in fact open, but these are set all to goofy things. But the defaults, oh, I can turn it. We can in fact restore it to default. Let's see if it makes a noise. That's amusing. Okay. I know why I did that. So I have inadvertently made a silly mistake, which I believe I can fix. If you were following along, you probably saw what I did. So I'm almost certain going back to this, what I will see is that I have made the gain levels go from 0 to 2, and then I've subtracted 1, making them go from -1 to 1. What that does is, I didn't mean for it to do this, but it's going to let me add these out of phase. So, in phase, out of phase. That's not practical. And the way I fix that is by finding where I did a very foolish mistake. See, they go from 0 to 1, and then they go from 0 to 2, and there is no reason for me to subtract 1 from all of this. That was the mistake. There is nothing to be gained from adding these out of phase. I don't know why I was thinking that was going to be a thing. Having fixed that, let's go and replace it. Okay. Well, frog in a well, honestly, that was kind of similar to what I did. I was changing everything from everything to everything, and it went horribly wrong, but now it should be fine. Okay, so that's effectively the same as bypass. Here is pair filter. Mid only, bass only. And here's what you get out of a pair filter if everything is being cut. So we've got this low frequency bump going on, and it's letting through lots of mids and highs. And that's probably because I'm trying to do all the filtering at once. So in a way it kind of works, and in a way this super doesn't work. And I'll show you why. Although part of that testing worked in that it made a noise, and the controls operated on the same parts at the frequencies they were meant to, like mid-range and treble and so on. But where it's failing is this bit, max poles. So there's nothing wrong with being able to set that. There's nothing wrong with being able to set the frequencies. Frequencies are going to be adjusted to work with overall scale eventually. Right now it's not. Right now we are not adapting to sample rate in any way because we have bigger fish to fry. Namely, what happens if this encloses literally everything. Like this. In that case, this is a repeat, so we don't keep that there. And this is the closing paren, or not paren, curly bracket. So it does this instead. And then also, this stuff needs to live inside there too. So what have we done? Instead of having just this section be looped and looped and looped until we were done, we are going one phase at a time, doing the mid-L and then making treble out of input sample minus mid-L and bass, and then making the other cutoff, and those frequencies are going to be the same. And then we recombine them into input sample, and then we start right over again at the beginning. So this is doing the same thing I'm doing in Smooth EQ2 and Smooth EQ3. That topology of filtering, where I'm doing whatever filtering it is that I'm doing. This time, this is my first experience, so this should be amusing. And I have not actually showed you yet. So let me, before I build this, let's do a little looky-loo at what it does with noise. We can use noise 96. Doesn't actually matter that I haven't adjusted that yet. And effect stack. I believe this is the one where I was monitoring things and then cutting the volume. So we will just remove slew 4 from that and then put in our new one. Not Smooth EQ3, but Pair Light. And then we will save this stack. We're using Air4 for God knows what else. We just keep using new things with it. It's because it's at the top of the scroll. So yeah. What have we got? This is before I changed anything. Okay. So we're doing this mini oh, no, more poles, please. Here we go. We're doing many stages of treble EQ, and it gives us that much of a cutoff. It's not that crazy steep. If we cut mids, oh look, all of a sudden, that's not doing much, is it? Even though it's 10 stages, it's just kind of making a combined sound. We're not getting a massive cancellation out of the mids. And then if we cut bass, oh hi, even at this many poles, it's like it doesn't do anything. And that's because the topology is wrong. This is what I was doing this stuff for. So take a moment and note what this is doing. In fact, I'll put these to 0.5, 0.5, 0, 0.5, 0.5, 1. So that's the maximum cutoff I can get with the original topology. Oops. And in this case, we don't redefine this. because that original topology is the topology of doing the crossover with all of the filter stages at once without resumming them to the original sound again. But if we do this, all I changed was the topology. All I changed was resumming things back into the original waveform and then doing another level of filtering. By the same token, we can also, it's giving about the same treble behavior though. But hoo boy, is it better at bass cutoff, isn't it? So this is what pair filter does in this topology. And then if you don't do as many poles, although you can get away with an awful lot of poles with this because it's a simpler algorithm, it gets broader. But then this is the amount of cancellation, like upwards of 100 dB. This is increasingly numbers of dB per octave. It's a funny looking shape, this is. This is not the same as increasing the resonance on a biquad, not by a long shot. In fact, look at this. I can set it to go to, actually that's not 0, that's -8. Oh, but our maximum boost. We can do the maximum boost based on this. That's our peak. So that's actually peaking at 0. These are cut down to as small as they can go. I'm seeing what it takes to get the lows all the way down to -180 while still peaking at, probably can't. But you know, that's fine. Alrighty, so set up this way with these settings. I have a frequency that does this. And we're suppressing stuff 30K and up by 180 dB, and we're suppressing stuff 300 Hertz and down by over 160 dB. So I would say that's a pretty effective, that's a pretty steep crossover. That's a pretty steep EQ. If I added more poles, it would do it even better. And now if we go back to a sound, as in audio, here's Perlite. And this is what our new frequency settings sound like. Oh, I know why this is doing it. Enough lows for you? And with mid, we're cutting everything so hard. So I'll tell you why it's doing this. We're taking this 0 to 2 gain change and applying it 10 times. That's why. So in order to make it behave nicely, we have to ameliorate that a little bit. But first, let's squish this together a little bit so that it fits on the screen and I can see it more easily. So this is how big this is, and there is simply not as much in this as there is in a biquad filter. There's just less going on. What I want to see is whether this also throws weird behaviors like angle EQ did. Because I can show you angle EQ, or rather I can show you something like angle EQ, namely so instead of this, I'll get there. We can do this. Well, that's not actually useful, but I can get close enough, I think. And that'll be fine. So these are the controls I want on my control surface. But this is noise. That's not the right plugin. This is. But with angle EQ, a weird thing happens. Let's cut danger. Angle EQ does this. It's not just a cut, it's also making a boost to the next one along, or even a crazy overwhelming one. And this is cutting the level, but it's still doing this behavior. So angle EQ stacked up, not as helpful as I would have wanted. Mind you, that's what I'm using for the guitar noises and stuff. It's fine. But all the same, that's why I'm doing this pair EQ business, so I can see whether I can make a simpler encoding that has a different behavior. I should be able to do that in such a way that if I do this, and in fact we can even test it without me coding anything further, because the behavior will show up if I just cut a band. Pair is supposed to work differently. As in, we can have these set up any way we want, but if pair worked like angle EQ and I cut bass, mid would boost against treble. So treble sits there, mid sits here, we can increase the pulse, and bass sits here. And so if I cut bass and it worked the same way as angle EQ works, mid would boost. But does it? Not really. Maybe a little bit. But that's already looking much more like a well-behaved. It's not quite as clean as a biquad, but it uses less calculations than a biquad, and I can keep upping the pulse if I want. I don't have to stop at 10 stages. It can go way higher than that. Or I can cut it back to not as many pulls, and it's still having some effectiveness. This is as steep as I can get it. So the characteristic of pair, I think, is that it's got these smooth curves and the cutoff is never quite a straight line. It's always sort of, it's like doing a Bezier curve thing of the actual EQ curves. We can cut the mids down as far as anything. It's not actually altering the highs that much. It's altering them a little bit. But the difference between pair EQ and angle EQ is that pair EQ is not making a spike on the next one up. Now bear in mind that what I'm doing with smooth EQ 2 and 3 is this except biquad filters, meaning that it's going to be much more accurate, and I can probably demonstrate that. I'm going to PQS. Here's my steepest one. Let's put it back to default. There we go. Put it in there, and got bass. Funnily enough, that's interesting. It is giving me a tiny bit of a boost there, but I'm pretty sure I can tell you why. It's because of the way that I'm altering the steepness. That's why. So if high-mid frequency is up higher and low-mid frequency is lower, I no longer get that spike. The reason it's doing this is because I am modulating all of the frequencies to intentionally do that for the purposes of like having a high mid that I can tilt EQ with. Actually, no, that's the high frequencies. No, I want this one, and you can see the top of it tilt as it goes. So that was intentional. So this is not actually the one I would use to demonstrate that. So instead, we'll try Smooth EQ3, which is not supposed to alter. And I think that's even, yep, in recent effects. And I think if we run this one, default, wow, it doesn't look as if it's the same. The resetting of this gets weird sometimes. It's changing the name of it rather than adjusting the control. And I should be able to cut bass on this one and not have a bump after it. Yep. And I should be able to cut mid and not have a bump after it. Yep. So that's basically how this works. Is Smooth EQ2 is more of a color EQ for doing things I might want, but Smooth EQ3 is more capable of accurately keeping the frequencies in check, except for it only has 2 stages. And then pair light, here's the one where if I crank it up to as steep as it can get, we don't get a spike after that frequency. Instead, we can have it be 0, meaning there's no cutoff at all. Bass is at 0. Or we can start sneaking it up, and we fairly quickly get to 150 dB of cancellation, which is reasonably steep, but we're not getting a spike. In fact, we're getting the opposite. It's quietly rolling off as it goes. And that's also an interesting behavior, which probably works about the same on the highs. Cut. So as we roll that down, that's not a duck flying overhead. That's some kid with a horn. And this is how PariQ works. Fulbright. C50K is 100 dB down now, but it doesn't sound that different. And we've got this gentle transition, but it'll still go pretty steep. And that's as steep as you can make a blast of pure white noise. Oh, no, it isn't, because I didn't reset the poles. There we go. So with this topology, we have kind of literal opposite of resonant peak. No matter what you do, nothing can make it be a resonant peak. But our highs can be 100 dB down by Nyquist. And I bet it continues that to some extent even as I increase. A little bit. So that's an interesting behavior in its own right. And it's probably worth me trying this on the 4-band, not just the 3-band. But this 3-band clearly is something else that I can use so long as I fix the gain issues. Because remember, I had it set up like this, and then it acted real weird. So there might not be a good way of coming up with a marked and controllable set of controls here. But I remember what I was doing in some of my plugins, such as Console X. Looky here. So much going on, but one of the things that's going on, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure I do remember this, high pass, low pass, amplitudes, simple 3-band, well that's not any different. Oh, no, maybe I'm wrong. I saw something in here somewhere that told me something, but it wouldn't have been in this one, would it? I don't think so. Unless, no, that's about the same. Okay. I stand corrected. What I was thinking about didn't actually live in console channel at all. But I can still do it from memory, although I don't know where it lived. I think I can do this from memory. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Nope. Nope. that's not going to act the same way. What that's going to do is it's still going to be centered in the middle, but our maximum boost only goes up to 1.5, and our maximum cut only goes to 0.5, but it's now happening every single time we go around. I will show you. And if that ain't enough, I can put the entire thing inside a square root. Again, this is like when people are asking, how do I look up the DSP in a book? Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you do something like this. So before I was playing with this filter, and if it's set exactly 2 zeros, that's the original sound. But then if you boosted, it would go crazy. Now it doesn't. But that's still cutting the lows a whole bunch. I mean, cutting the mids a whole bunch. Or boosting them by 18 dB. So my maximum cut is 30 dB, which probably means the maximum boost is also like 30 dB. That's kind of what it sounded like when I cranked it like that. And these, if they're all set the same, nothing happens. Oh, and I also keep forgetting to set it to poles. Here we go. So now the maximum cut is way more than 30 dB. This is a very trebly boost. That's nothing but the deepest lows. My subwoofer's begging for mercy. Poles at max. And the amount of effect I have on this is extremely great. So one of the things that's happening here is I need to have these be even less sensitive. The number going from 0.5 to 1.5 is still far too great when poles is set to 10. And I'm kind of interested in finding out what it's going to take to have it behave more normally, because I get to have poles set to 10. I'm looking to make it act like Smoothie Q did, where it gave me a nice aggressive sound and the frequency cutoffs were in reasonable places. And this is very much just starting from scratch and seeing where it goes. Because yeah, as soon as I turn poles up all the way, my controls seem to be very weird. And there's multiple things I need to do about that. One of them is set the frequencies more appropriately, because it's getting very fussy frequency-wise. But the other is to control the amount of boost or cut that I can apply to any one of these bands, because when I apply it, I'm applying it 10 times at full crank. And that's what I want to see happen. So what we're going to do is literally have max poles be pair total. In fact, let's assume that we automatically are using the maximum cutoffs that we possibly can at any given time. And we can also play with this a little bit. Our frequencies seem a little fussy. instead of doing it like this, these are now treating those controls as if they were exactly the same kind, except for we can make them steeper on the lower cutoff. Actually, I'll tell you something else that we can do. We can do that. Or we could simply rename it to a more generic term. And of course, we've yet to do what we did with angle EQ, which was formulated into a even more like a multi-layer filter. And when I say multi-layer filter, what I meant is that it would act like, instead of pair A, it would be like pair 1x, pair 2x, or pair yx, pair y plus 1x kind of thing. There's a thing that I did with the angle EQ, and I'm gonna need to run off for another moment and use my facilities. But this is at least moving fairly rapidly. I will say that for it. We're doing what we can. There is no effect I really need to put on it. Let's put on a nice little tune. Be back even quicker this time. Okay, can stop this now. Lovely. I am so tempted to go and make another cup of coffee. It's the worst thing I could do. I shouldn't do it. I'm very tempted to do it. Because I'm trying to get all of this to work. I mean, I am getting it to work. It's just frustrating me, that's all. So we can do this. That's going to be part of how this is made to work. What that does is it forces everything towards one. Yeah, that's one of mine. That's called a wood dragon. I don't know what my frequencies are going to do at this stage. Some kind of yipping dog out there. I'm just looking at the code again now. Kind of eyeing it and seeing if I can get it to do something useful. Trying to figure out what it is I would want to be doing with this if I was doing something with it. Trying to see whether I can eliminate any of this, make it be smaller and not as much to it. So we need some of it to be normal going in and not be changed, because I need to subtract this from this. These are all fine too. Although, one of the things that we can do with filters like this is build in stuff into the filter itself. But I have to build it into a particular spot. All of my references to pair filter or pair AX or X plus 1, X plus 2, X plus 3. We're counting up by 4 each time. So it's basically just an array of sample positions. And it counts in that way. That means I can't easily go, okay, so pair A 27 is now mid-L. We're going to refer to mid-L by going pair A mid-L, and that could be an enum. It's like I can't do enums with this. Although I'm using enums to define it, I think. Yeah. I'm using enums to define it, but it's not actually any good because I don't get to refer to any other things. Well, that's not actually true. But what it does mean is I don't get to refer to pair total. in the way that I'm using. It's not worth just using a number here. I don't even know why I'm saying that. But also, this isn't necessarily a fixed frequency. It just happens to be. Nor is it for ultrasonics or stereo. New. We like calling things new, right? If you're making a mix or whatever, you go, okay, new, final, new, final mix is normally the thing that one does. So I can do that with my plugins too, right? And another thing I could do is that because pair total is what you use to count all of these things up so that they are blanked. I'm counting up to that so that I can make it be blank. That works. Then if I wanted to have each of these Interesting. What's floating through my head right now is Gödel, Escher, Bach, and the concept of positive and negative space. And that's because I'm trying to think of really dumb things. I see everybody has fled. Good. I'm trying to think of really dumb things for naming variables that are stored inside all of this in such a way that I can use them. Thing is, if I can do that, I can probably make that be iterative as well. I'm just not sure how feasible that is. But it does make me feel as if I did it that way, I'd be able to put another loop in, and then I could have as many filter stages as I wanted. But first things first, can it be made? Because I can have it count separately to pair max. That will allow me to use whatever number of these I want. In fact, I can adjust them as I go. I could have it be 8 stages or 10 stages or any number that I choose to select. And just adjust that in the H file, and it'll automatically adapt. That part's kind of cool. And then I'll need to put other variables between pair max and pair total. And those are the ones I get to use that are being defined in here. And doing that would mean I wouldn't be defining any new variables at all. But it would be slightly more in direction, but it wouldn't be allocating any space. And that might help. Tropical Banana Man, I don't understand either. If I understood, I wouldn't end up at the end of the day with something worth having. Smack up against the scenario of not understanding what I'm doing because there isn't anybody to ask, because nobody's done this. Like, this particular filter doesn't exist anywhere else. And even if it did, well, but it doesn't. Nobody has this. So me making it into something that's really interesting and worthwhile is entirely dependent upon me trying something that I don't understand. And when I said flee, all I meant was that the numbers of people who were watching went from like 17 down to 5. And that's exactly what happened on Tuesday. and it's fine. Maybe that is a characteristic of doing coding work that's going to be significant, is that it forces me to go into a place where an audience is not going to be engaged because they can't understand what I'm saying. That said, I could completely avoid allocating any new variables here. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is I am quick to say, oh my God, I'm doing the dumbest things imaginable. What even is all of this? Why would I even try to do this? This is dumb. And yet, if it gives me a new result that other people don't have or haven't done because it seemed dumb to them as they tried to start doing it, that could be worthwhile. So, and part of the problem of that is that I don't necessarily know where I'm trying to get to. Is it really important for me to put these variables, double mid L, double mid R, double slew, double treble L, double treble R, and so on, into this enum, the enum that counts up to 10 and then goes pair max and then goes pair total? I've successfully made it so that if I want to, I can have it say pair max, comma, some new things, and then pair total, and it will operate all of its stuff correctly. Like that's doable. The question becomes, like, do I want to? Could I make it so that, like, rather than saying pair A or pair B, I could have a multi-dimensional array and it would do this? Is that even a thing? Probably is. It probably is. And what's sticking me is not the possibility or impossibility of doing that particular thing. And bear in mind this whole business with the treble, mid, and bass up at the top there, where it says square root get parameter param A plus 0.5. That could be adjusted simply by adjusting the numbers in the H file. In order to, like, look at this. So with that, we are generating a treble L, a mid L, mid R, bass L, bass R. These are the things I'm looking to put into the H file. To do that, I have to have a relevant word or identifier of some kind that tells me what the hell this is doing. Because here's the stuff in the middle. There's the stuff in the middle. And the code here just does whatever. I could probably, so left, right, slew, mid, and then treble. So I'm talking about Gödel, Escher, Bach because that's the first place as a child I ran into the concept of figure versus ground. Escher has stuff like that. Escher has stuff like figure versus ground. What figure versus ground means is you take a shape and you punch it out of another shape, and you've got two shapes, but one of them is the negative space of the first one. That's what we're doing here. So treble L and treble R is what came in, namely input sample, minus mid L. And that's figure versus ground. Our figure becomes mid L and mid R the first time around, And then the second time around, we've got Basal doing the same thing. It would have the same role, but be for pair B. So I could probably run with that. So if I use those, I can have any number of iterations of this that I want. And instead, we're doing, let's see, pair A slew. Instead, we have to do this. And here. And then we get to reuse it. And then we have to do it this way. Technically, we don't have to reuse that, but there's a reason I'm choosing to do it this way. We got that little temporary variable sitting in there. And if this can be exactly the same except for the letter, it could also be a multi-dimensional array. If, that is, all of this works. So we got that. Now we have mid-L treble bass and what's under here. So yeah, I'm trying to get it to make some kind of sense. Also, if I'm doing it this way, I'm more comfortable stacking them up like this than I am when they're defining. I never define stuff as a rule except for on its own line like this. But I shouldn't have to actually go there. And then this stuff down here, that would be a whole separate thing. But we're not there yet. Okay, so figure and ground. Well, I can start, well, one thing about this, since they are being declared, I can change them on the fly by just renaming the variable to what ends up being a much more complicated thing. And by that, what I mean is figure is the stuff we're working on actively. Ground is background thing with figure subtracted from it. So yeah, if I can make this make better sense, it will naturally lend itself to being turned into a multi-level array, like I did with angle filter, except for this isn't going to be as restrictive as angle filter because the algorithm in here is acting different than angle filter did. Angle filter has that funny extra boost. This looks to have the opposite of that. and it could substitute for literally all of PeriQ, I could just add another level. Or something like that. Well, let's start with figure. So pair A, fig L. There. And then mid R becomes pair A, fig R. Having done this, I can remove the declaration. And you note that it has updated all the stuff in the middle of the algorithm too. And then treble L, that becomes pair A, ground L. And likewise, I'm going to go through this until I find where to do my adjustments. And then this is the new figure, so base L becomes pair B, fig L. Oops. And base R becomes pair B, fig R. Kinda. Why redeclare them every time I say? Have them sit in the array. That's not that big of an indirection. And now you will see a further thing, which is that we start with input sample L each time, and then it's playing the same role as this other thing here. Otherwise, it would just be a cycle of this, right? It's the same as if it was a cycle of this. Also, I can remove these declarations. This should simply just run. Yeah. And this stuff is correctly specified. Well, my assumption is that this will run. If it just doesn't work, then all of that was for naught, and I have to go put it all back. So let's first find out whether it all runs. It seems worth trying. Yep, so this doesn't do anything anymore. Works. That's too small. There's that thumb. And again, this is square rooted, so the amount of change I get to have is not as great. Here's what our cutoff sounds like. Interesting. It's not that unreasonable to have it be it's a bunch of boost there, certainly. So having those be the same frequencies are not super unreasonable. Interesting. Junebug here to confuse me once more. Actually, for all I know, that is the song that you're listening to. It's formatted in such a way that it's like the song that you're listening to. Meanwhile, this does appear to be working. I could probably tone it down a hair simply by cutting back. Oops. On the layers. That works too. It'll just reassign the numbers. So we can do this. And this is the format by which we would make it be a multi-layered array, kind of like AngleEQ, except for AngleEQ does a weird extra different thing. And then here is our volumes. This might be looking more in the direction of a conveniently set up X-band EQ where the bands act kind of straight and flat and stuff, but still go to useful places. So I might want to look in that. But one thing I'm noticing is that this follows a pattern too. Suggesting that could also live in that array. All of this stuff could live in the pair filter. So if frequency lived in the pair filter, what would that be like? Junebug. I still haven't figured out whether Junebug is an AI. It could be something that YouTube has invented to confuse people with. Make up an AI to, I don't know, poke streamers. Anyways, I can add freak to this. It becomes part of the enum. And what that means is we get to do this. Pair A, freak. And likewise, pair B, freak. I shouldn't be too harsh with Junebug, mind you, because some of the Airwindows crew from way back are like, David Pixley, for instance, have spent time being kind of unorthodox and are still a valuable member of the community. So, like, Junebug, if you were a person rather than some kind of stunt or trick, it's all cool. Mustn't get too cross with us for sassing you like that, because sometimes it's hard to make out what you're saying, but that is not necessarily a terrible problem. So here's the thing. If we were counting these upwards from like 1, 2, 3, and so forth for the number of bands, this could be like 1 times 2, 2 times 2, and so on. That's something that could work. Actually, where do I do... enums declare these things. Where do I do them otherwise? I know I've done this before in some of the reverbs. I'm pretty sure I've done this in some of the reverbs. Declare a number, and it's just a constant number. To the point where maybe it's worth looking that up. But this should still work. And we're moving closer and closer in the direction of being able to count through these things iteratively. Also, we are getting to where I might tighten up some of these equations so they fit on my screen better. Largely because this is working, so I'm less worried about this stuff in here. I'm willing to take away some of the spacing. And just kind of trust it. I can always put the spaces back if I need to figure out what it's doing. I can make it more unreadable, and it'll just kind of act more like a black box. But the stuff that I'm doing is probably functional. And you notice how much of it is being done through redeclaring variables that exist, and then it's just redeclaring them everywhere. I have not yet got to replacing this input sample part, and I do need to do that. I do need to do that. But I haven't done it, not yet. I'm busy fussing around with this stuff to make it smaller on the screen. More of a solid block of letters and numbers. Not as many numbers anymore. Because the hope here is getting it to where it stays in a functioning state as I get to continue adding sophistication to it. So there's 2 stages with 1 caveat. We can't really count through it in quite the way that I'd hoped. Oh, hang on a moment. Oh, no. Okay. Let's figure out what this does. So pair A figure L equals input sample L. The beginning of the next one, pair B figure L equals pair A figure L, or figure R. That's still basically correct. And then at the very end, we're back to pair A figure L again. Why would that be? What are we doing? What even are we doing? How can this actually be correct? It's following everything that... Oh no, I guess I do understand how it can be correct. So we're declaring the output literally here. That's where we get our like base level or whatever. That's how that's working. So we're going back to the mid-range and subtracting the base, so we're manipulating that one. Yeah, probably. Yes. Actually, that's a goat sound, not a horse sound. The strain sometimes shows on me. So this is still working, it's just confusing the piss out of me. Language, apologies, I'm sure. So why is this so hard? Could we start the whole thing without being inside the loop? We need the input value. Or do we? We don't actually use pair B ground at all, ever, ever. Oh, Junebug, Junebug, Junebug. If we just used input sample directly, well, wait, no, that wouldn't work at all, would it? Dang it. Yeah, we can not have ground L anywhere, but at a cost. My question is whether that cost is too much or whether it even makes sense. Like logically, I can run all of this stuff on the back of just directly manipulating input sample. But pair A and pair B are supposed to be different stages of the same thing circulating through. That's my problem there. because if I can make this consistent and work, I can put it all in a loop, and then I can make it a multi-dimensional array, and then we can have as many bands as we want just by typing the number of bands in. And that seems like an exciting, fun thing to try, but I have to get this part right first. So I guess this can be my day of just struggling with pair light. Honestly, it could end up becoming just pair because this doesn't have to stay light. This can be anything. It could be turbo pair, pair turbo EQ. But see, everywhere it says A, it could say bracket 0 bracket. And everywhere it says B, it can say bracket 1 bracket, if I can get this right. So okay. I mean, also, Frog and Noel, bear in mind, pair A and pair B are giant multidimensional arrays. Bear heavy. Yeah. Harry and David pair with all of the layers. And yeah, like I said, we could define frequencies by picking the right numbers, although the problem with this is that it has to have overall scale involved. That's a problem. That or the power factor can have something to do with overall scale. That is another thing that can be done. That would look like, I've done that before too. That would look like this. Yep, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. We can simplify this by that can go like that. And all this should still work or do something. Treble, mid, and bass would also be getting replaced by something too. They'd be getting replaced by A or B. Is there a simple way of doing that, I wonder? Well, we're not referring to ground anywhere other than this very first time. That makes me think it doesn't belong. That makes me think I can drag this out of here and put it outside. And then no ground, only input sample. And then our bass, mid, and treble look like they can be involved with, see, if we do this too many times, we have redundant numbers of things. But we wouldn't have redundant numbers of things if this was living in the main enum. We're doing a lot of little tiny 4-letter things here. Let's see what we get. Here. See, the stuff that we're doing with even putting things into arrays like this, the stuff that we're doing with just renaming stuff does not touch the behavior of the thing. The behavior of the thing ends up being exactly the same. So no matter what we change these names to, as long as they are something that is being defined in the array, it will all simply work. It's just a question of whether it goes in a direction where it's like, oh my God, this is so simple. All I need to do is make it be a multi-level array, and then it will automatically work in another loop, and everything will do exactly what I hoped. And this is not impossible. You just do a loop around this, and then this becomes like X or whatever. You know, rather than A, B, it could be 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, or 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Would probably be, if it was 0 being the first one, then this would be X plus 1, and then you'd get it. And then I just have to define the multidimensional array and continue to step forwards one bit at a time until there was something where I could just set up the whole array and make as many layers of it as I wanted. Oh, and also see an interesting detail here. We now have an iterative thing that we can do that looks like this. Start with that. And then we do these. Not like that. No. Like this. Because this is another piece that can be stuck into a loop. It can expand outwards as many times as I want. In fact, I could loop this quite easily by just changing everything that says B to C, at which point I'd have a third level. And there would be a 4-band EQ. We're not quite there yet, but this is doing the same thing. So let's double check that all of this still works. Maybe, maybe not. Looks like we need to do this one separately unless we come up with another way of doing it. Oh, and this also has to appear here. I mean, it would work. Or hang on a moment. This is no longer... Oh, I made a mistake. It's not a fatal mistake, but it's still a mistake. This does need to live in here. This is part of this loop. This loops. Maybe I just do this textually. Maybe I just make this one of my scrunches of code. I am grumbling and growling a little bit more than I should. Well, hang on. We can do this on the fly, can't we? We never refer to input sample again after this point, so that can live up here, where we're dealing with that thing. Oops. And then maybe we just go with this and sort of textually do it. We have to calculate all of pair B before we can subtract it from pair A, but then we're ready to go. Well, no, because then we have to subtract that. So this goes on the end. And this gets tied to here. I'm confusing myself. I'm confusing myself pretty bad. Sadness. Let's de-squeeze this bit. I'm struggling to know which parts have to go along and which parts do not have to go along. And when we can simply add all of this up at the end. We do get to add top level right at the start. Then we follow this exact pattern. Oh. I get it now. So input sample has to be assigned to fig L and fig R right at the beginning, and then subtracted from here and multiplied by top level, that being the final bit there. Then each successive stage of this has to be done before we do the final adjustment here. So just like this is the B section, but it says we've got to add input sample there, then the C section would have to add the B section there. And then there's an additional C section at the very end. I'm struggling to see how this adapts to multidimensional arrays, but it's possible I don't actually want them. But I'm not sure. Well, there's one thing that I can do. There's a pattern that repeats. There's a pattern that has to go in the very end. Here's where we can put anything in the middle. Actually, that's not. It interleaves. It interleaves. I have to do a thing where it interleaves. I'm frustrated. Jonathan, no. Well, let's just go full tilt bozo. Five bands of EQ instead of only three. We're going to see what they do. Or actually, this might work in the weirdest way. And I was thinking about, originally I was going to do a denoiser, and I needed to use something along the lines of smooth EQ 2 or 3, more like 3 really, to get it to work. So this might have been the right direction in the whole, all along. Erg. A through D. So this will look ugly, but it may work. Oops. No. There we go. Let's see what we got. There's C through D. There's that continued. We'd better adjust the H file while we're at it. What the hell did I have F doing? Frequency. So bada boom. In theory, let's take this fix that. This might do something. This is my 6 controls after all. I would probably be removing that last one if I can find an appropriate setting for it. I handle TruePeak differently anyway. A lot of my stuff up to and including clip only 2 suppresses TruePeak outside of anything else. And of course, anything that I've got a plugin coming out, Slew 4, that will suppress TruePeak so hard you wouldn't even believe it. It will suppress S's, never mind everything else. And it will do it cleanly. So let's see, ABCD, top ABCD. So CD, and I don't know whether I'm going to go to the power of, this could go kind of crazy, but I'm going to try just an arithmetical increment. The other way that I could do is 1, 2, 4, 8. And it could be correct. I don't know whether that would be correct or not. And now, this is the way this goes. Oh, let's insert that. I would, however, like to figure out where this goes. I have a feeling like I need to figure this one out before I go any further. I mean, I feel like I could absolutely put it in at the end. You think? What I'm effectively trying to do, and there's no reason I should be caring about this, what I'm effectively trying to do is interleave the building up of the final value every step of the way. And I don't see a particularly coherent way of doing that, but one thing that I could possibly do is just do all the calculating as I go, have it add up the variable at the very end, and then maybe if that works, I can scooch things back to where those variables are being worked with actively. And maybe at that point it will become apparent, like, okay, this needs to go here because this is the last that I update this variable, at which point we move on and we get to add them. But I can have them be added up at the end, and it should still be okay. One further note, Jonathan, I'm not likely to run into that problem because if you use meter to adjust your mixes and stuff with, you'll never be that bright that it would matter. Martin? Because this is being coded on Snow Leopard, so that my old work will run on everything as far back as Mac OS X Snow Leopard or earlier, and Windows 7 or earlier. That's why. I do also use a more modern IDE later. I have to go through and do all of this over again and compile everything all over again for the Apple Silicon stuff. So I will be using a more modern ADE 2. This is the way I start. The struggle. Okay. This part at least, easy. That got me there. Now, this part, slightly less easy, but still relatively easy if I do not miss my guess. Because this is the formula that I must duplicate repeatedly. And here's how this goes. B's turn to C's, A's turn to B's. Then it will work. But only within the selection. This is the part that I would be doing as a separate array if I really had it worked out that I could do it in multiple arrays. Yeah, no, Snow Leopard is a great old OS. It is, there's a number of good things about all that. A to B, boom. Then B to D, A to C, so what's gone wrong here? Oh no, something happened. How did that happen? I feel something has gone horribly wrong somewhere. Oh dear. I wonder if I can undo some of these things. Wow. Something didn't stick to within the selection. Let's undo all those things. Yes, undo past that point, because something went horrifyingly wrong. Okay. Maybe it was the very last one. Let's find out. Or no? Yes? Maybe that's okay. Okay. Let's try that again. This time, A goes to C in the selection only. Thank you very much. Now we try to build. Still having a problem. What's your little problem? Oh, we don't need to redeclare that. That doesn't need to be made into be a double. It already exists. I forgot to do that part. I did all this extra stuff and then I forgot to do that part. Fine. Got there. This is much more straightforward than that. I don't even need to have that be a double. It already is one. Save. Build. Are you happy? Lovely. Now we see what horrors we have wrought. I'm going to go for the looking at the behavior this time. I'm going to fire up noise, go to here, it should be, yep, zeroing itself out, and it should show noise. But what happens when we cut or boost? Okay, it kind of did something. Base. Okay. Doesn't boost as much as it cuts, but that looks normal. I bet it's not boosting as much as it cuts because we're going into distortion so hard. And lastly, highs. Interesting. Sub is indeed like 10 hertz and below. So if we had frequency doing different stuff, like for instance sitting around here just being upwards of 10K, what happens to our other controls? Okay, that's roughly 10K cut and boost, low mids, 5K, bass, 2K. So clearly this is not correct. And sub's about 300 hertz. Cuts better though. So it kind of works. Voxengo is Alexei Lukin or something like that. I wouldn't be terribly surprised. Alexei doesn't get along with all audio devs because a bunch of us are more left-wing than him. It's probably the easiest way for me to express that. So that's the biggest extreme I can make with these. Sort of a double humped boost. It's about 12 dB or so. Let's pull that back again. What becomes useful settings for this? That does look kind of bass-like. Looks like it's kind of working. That is possible, yes. It is possible that that's Alexei. Like I said, he doesn't get along with all the plugin developers, and he's done helpful things making span and stuff. I would hope that he would be happier with things, but I can't really do anything about that. Let's see. Bass around 100 means that low mids would be, yep, that seems about right. High mids, yeah, that also looks about right. And highs, that also looks about right. Hey, Grants. Yeah, my reaction to Alexei Vaniv doing stuff like that is not dissimilar, although less intense, to my reaction of like some of the things that Charlie Kirk did over his life, and that I am sad that that person came to that place. But there's not a lot I can do about it. So let's see, let's 5.19, So we had it at that. Freak is likely to become a set control, but I have to test it to make sure it works on different sample rates, because my hope is that this particular method of going about doing it will give me the correct result, but I don't know for sure. Maybe it will. And to do that, I got to save it again. And so what this means is that if I cut high mids, that's about 3K. And if I cut bass, that's about 100 hertz. But if we are at 44.1K, I cut high mid, That's actually more like 7K, so that's not exactly what I'd hoped. And base, that's like at 1K, so that's even farther away from what I would like to see. Although we can still cut subs, but that's much higher than it needed to be. So freq would need to go quite a bit lower, or we just offset stuff differently. So let's see whether it's even following the right path. 192K. We are adapting things here. High med. Oh yeah, that's way lower than it's supposed to be. That is super duper no bueno. So what's going wrong here? Well, some of it's going right, I can tell even before listening. Oh, Martin, fair. You know, what I mean is that Charlie chose to explore a bunch of ideas that led him on what I think is a dark path. And it led him to a place of violence, but also I expect that he probably was in a place of unhappiness. And Alexei is apparently pursuing some of his ideas along some kind of dark path, although it's probably like the level of basic unhappiness that I think is there is the main point. I do know that some of Alexei's thoughts were parallel, but I don't think they're sound thoughts. I have seen Alexei run into problems in social communities where some of his trains of thought didn't lead him to make lots of friends. I don't want to go into more detail about that. You could call it like private club type stuff. So regarding this, so this is where I'm running into some problems. So what's happening is that param f being raised to a power is not giving me what I need exactly. But I have a pretty wide range of adjustment. Maybe what I'm looking at here, rather than being overall scale times that, maybe what I'm looking at is, well, you might not be able to read up on any of that. I mean, if you go reading up on like turning points, you'll find a lot of wild stuff. But that doesn't mean that's necessarily that useful. So let's see. When I set it up with the 96K noise and was able to dial in an appropriate amount. Oh, Magnus. This amazed Martin. Believe it or not, these are my retro builds, you see. So, if overall scale was 96K, that was 2, roughly. 2 times 1 equals 2. 2 times 2 is 4, 2 times 3 is 6, and 2 times 4 is 8. But when it was 192, that's 4. 4 times 4 is 16. That was way too much. Because dropping it down that far, it just caused everything to be far too low frequency. Let's do a quick experiment, not like that. Quick experiment, we're still using the same numbers, but it's not going to work quite the same way. Let's have a quick look. Junebug, Junebug, Junebug. What are we going to do with you, Junebug? I don't rightly know. Okay. Rolling. Cut at H mid. That is now around 2K. And cutting base. Okay, that's now around 300. These are squished together more than they were. See, I can't hardly... Oh, and they are interacting with each other in a different way. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. See how it's making 700 go up and down a little bit? I did not expect that behavior. Not that big of an effect, but still it's fairly striking. I can steepen these quite easily too. All I have to do is add more layers of calculation and it will automatically adapt. So this is becoming a fairly adaptable EQ. Okay, so first of all, this acted weird, but does it adapt to frequencies differently? So H mid, we're now talking a little bit over 2K. And base looks to be more like 500. So that's not right, but I want to see what happens when we do this. Come on, go. Thank you. H mid still 2K. Look at that. Base still 300, 400. Okay, okay. This is starting to look a lot more promising. And of course, sub still will take that down. I think this new calculation is working better. 192 acid test. H mid 2K? No, it's lower. Base. It's a little bit lower. Ah, but could we adjust this? Like so. So at 0.63, H mid now sits at 3K or so. And highs look to be generally useful. And base is up around 1K, which is no bueno, but more to be revealed. So that is now hopefully going to match this, maybe. H mid. No, that went up. That's now like 5K or so. Alrighty. I think I might be looking at using a square root with overall scale to get it to sit right where it's supposed to be. I think that might be what I need to do, because it's not necessarily doing what I want any other way. So let's quit out of here. We're going to get into some more experimenting, and we're going to go like this. And then rather than adding, we're going to multiply. It'll go to 4 and it'll go to 8. Is this what you would call? No, this is mad hacking. There is no rigor behind this. This is me just trying to use my instinct to lead me to something that should be good. Basically, I'm going, here's this weird combination of numbers that's producing filter-like frequencies. And in fact, I can even crank them up a little bit. Probably worth doing. I'll get a better sense of how this is working by going 8, 9, 10. Now that would be 8 and then 9, then 10, 11, 12. So please don't do that to me, thank you. And then we add ones. That should just plain work. And it'll make it all the steeper. And then we've got this new thing going on. And what I was looking at was the power factor that I'm using here is giving me these extreme numbers. And if you go to 192K, the reduction in frequency is too excessive. I'm trying to figure out whether it's too excessive or not excessive enough. This is not power maths. This barely counts as maths. This is like wild hacking and experimenting to see how to make something do something. And we're going to see the merit of this is that the actual algorithm is very simple. We're just doing this many filter stages, and we're looping this entire thing until we get the result. So I just added more loops, and we're going to see what it did. One of the things it's going to do is it's going to allow me to cut more steeply than it did before. Arguably too steeply. We'll see. But yeah, see, it's still flat when nothing's happening. But if I cut this, big dip or big boost. That is sweepable. And we can put it at exactly 3K. And then see what these other ones do. For instance, the low mid, that's around 700. That feels about right. Base, that's around 80 to 100. So that also feels about right. And then, of course, sub is even lower than that. And 0.492 is apparently what had this around 3K, hair above 3K. And then, of course, we do have a top level, which looks to be about 36, about 20 dB cut there. It looks a shelf-like, though. Does not look like it's doing a straight-up roll-off. It also boosts like a shelf. And then if we go to the 192K noise, still flat. Now H-mid looks to be also around 3K. And bass, how is this one doing? Looks to be also around 80 to 100. So that's looking about right. But we have to check this one. This is 44.1K. Okay, that's a little tiny bit lower, but not by a huge amount. Bass, more importantly, still seems it's maybe a little tiny bit lower. So how sensitive is this, though? So 0.543 or 54, that gives me 3K at H-mid. That gives me just a hair over 100 at bass. Seems good. Then if I keep it at 0.54 and bounce up to 192K, H-mid, yeah, it's a little higher. It's a little higher. Bass, yeah, it's also a little higher. So what's going on here is that I'm adapting these based on what power 0.54 is raised to get to a particular result. Also, I should stop this poor thing because it's exhausted. 0.54 was, there's a burst of noise. So, the formula that we're using for getting these into particular frequencies is square root overall scale plus a value that doubles each step of the way. If so square root overall scale is slightly too small. But directly using overall scale is the other opposite problem. So essentially what I need to do is come up with we don't need this comment there because it's not relevant. Come up with a way to manage the square root overall scale, which is the power that we're raising this number to. We start with the same basic number, and then we're kind of scaling it up based on the sample rate to get us to a matching amount. But using literally overall scale plus whatever as the power doesn't work. We're closer than we have been before. It's possible that simply this 1248 is the problem. Now, one possibility is getting tricky with the golden ratio. But that's not actually going to change the behavior. I think we've got basically the right behavior. What we don't have is a good value for what this overall scale stuff should be. And in fact, we don't need to do square root 4 times in a row anyhow. What we could do is start with that. And then if I remember correctly, what was happening was as I went to 192K, it wasn't quite right. I went to 192K and the pitches of those bands were too high. What that means is that the number that I'm working with is too small. So I'm shooting for some factor between square root of overall scale and some proportion of actually overall scale. So let's start with an experiment. There. Now, if it is 192K, it's going to be like square root of 4, namely 2, and then plus 0.4, namely a little over 2. There is no textbook that will tell you to do this. That's kind of why it's me here doing it, because there is no real correct answer for this stuff. I'm not aware of any formula that you can look up for this particular weird EQ algorithm, one that happens to be quite a bit more efficient than biquad filtering and has its own peculiarities. There's no way of making that actually be worth anything. And yet here we are. So let's see if 0.1 does what I was looking to do. I think I left it at 0.54. If I can get it to work right at 192, it'll probably be perfect for 44.1K. I mean 96 as well. Let's start with this. I've actually still got a little over an hour to go before defrosting my tacos and everything. I'm not eating up as much of the day on this nonsense as I thought. 5.4. Or 0.54 rather. Boom. Cut at 3K. Boost at 3K. Cut at just around 100, maybe a little bit more. Also, L-mid, there was a request for that to be at 300, but this is a little higher than that. And we do seem to nudge a little bit in the other direction, but that's probably fine. So cut it a little, looks to be a little under 3K. Over to 192K. That looks to be a little over 3K. Give me that back. Thank you. How about the base? That's not as far as I would have hoped, but that's the direction I was looking to go. Which means the low mid is even farther off from where I was hoping it would go. Yeah, and that's a little higher than it needs to be. Okay, add more. Overall scale times 0.2. Actually, no, let's go all the way to 0.25. Let's see what this one gets us. Same behavior, same testing protocol. This is going to adjust all of the little settings as we go. But if it leans in the direction I want, then it's the correct answer. That's now 2K, but then I didn't adjust this yet. Actually, we can set it around 0.6, set it around 4K. Base, that's all the way up to 200. No bueno. How about if we go back? How quickly will it go back? 54. Okay, that's back to hovering around 100. Meaning that the mid, again, 500 to 700, boxy lower mid frequencies. And then, again, that's not quite as high as it was before, but we'll see whether this bears out at a completely different sample rate and whether it's acting similarly. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So it's maybe a little bit. So if that's too low and I wanted it to go higher, I started programming on a Performa 575. Let's try 575. What do we got now? We got low mid hanging around 1K, so that's interesting. This might be too far off. That's not actually good for bass. I'd like that to sit around 100. And then sub does actually work, but I'm looking for bass to hover around that. So how sensitive is this, though? Relatively. So if it's actually converging on 0.51 for a nice bassy location for the bass, that put H mid at 2K or thereabouts. Give the poor thing a rest because it's not liking the 192K stuff. And then same settings. That's sitting at what I would reasonably consider to be bass, although it's kind of killing sub. Sub is no longer above 20 hertz. That's not awesome. And H mid's about right. Also, if we were cutting highs, we start losing them easily by 5K or so, which seems about right. And we can boost them lots and lots. So this would be having bass be excessively low. This is very sensitive. Now if I have bass centering around 100, oh no, we're still hanging out at 0.54. Yeah. Okay. Zap. I think you mean K, not H, Magnus. The one time I would expect to see a withdrawn comment. So now let's see. Well, can we make it go beyond usefulness? If we did this, what would we get? Square root overall scale plus overall half of overall scale. So that should be too much. And I think what it would do is cause the high sample rate to spread out too much. Oh, you probably mean 300 to 500 hertz. And again, this is all doublings of octaves and stuff, so the fact that I'm using 1, 2, 4, and 8 might also be a concern. This is literally all just fooling with the settings and seeing what I get with this funny way of doing it. And the main challenge here is, since this is not a very controllable algorithm, we're trying to see whether weird sample rates do horrible pathological things or not. And I'm willing to call 192K roughly about as far as I need to take it, but I do want it to act properly between these two things. So, okay, so that definitely made it go a lot lower, meaning I can adjust frequency. So I know I had to move it more than before to get it up to that 100 zone. That may or may not be appropriate. Also, does this give me my 3K? No, but it's 2K. That sounds like upper mid to me. And then lower mid, 500 and 700 zone sounds about right. Bounce over to 192K with everything left the same. What do we got? That's a little lower than 2K this time. How about bass? On the other hand, that's looking about right. Is this more sensitive to adjustment than the other one? Also, what about that? Yeah. Still around 2K, it looks. Bass is probably going to react most strongly to any of this, so I want to dial that one in correctly. How sensitive is it to being moved? Oh, that's pretty sensitive indeed. Look at that jump around. So if we set it around here, that's really zeroing in on just over 100 hertz, between 100 and 200. 564. You can hear the fan kicking up as the thing freaks out, being strained so hard. And still around 100 to 200. And the high mid still around 2K. I think we might be converging on something. I wasn't expecting this to work, but I think it kind of did. Well, having done all of this, looks like I've got it set to 564 as my magic number. It always hits me with audio. That's what it was, right? If we do this correctly, we are not using param F for anything anymore. It just the magic number we arrived at. Overall skill carries the day here. That might be about right. Wouldn't it be funny if it was the overall scale times golden ratio? Stranger things have happened. And if we do this, we could do a sub-sub, or indeed shift everything up even more and add yet another level. So we would have a 6-band EQ rather than a 5. It would be pretty straightforward. Oops, hang on. Jumped too fast. Hey, Omnima. So, in order to actually hear any of this, let's see. That means nothing anymore. High mids, low mids, bass, subs. All the controls seem to do what they say on the tin. I am wondering a little bit about trying to push it all the way to a 6-band. Also, all the controls are far more sensitive than they need to be. Which is fine. I mean, that's fine. Nothing's so wrong with that. But it's a reality. Let's do one further thing. Let's play with our settings there and see what happens if we try to set it to be flat, but using these controls. Highs. Mids. Okay, it pushes too much there. Pull those high mids out. So trying to make that flat is interesting. Although I'll tell you what, I have another thing. I can go directly from that to this one, which I know is far too bassy. Bassy is around here. It's a little low on low mids. Those are up there. Definitely low on highs and high mids. There we go. Okay, that's pretty insane. I've never heard this track do that. So it starts out just like this. Okay, this is some interesting stuff going on here. I seem to have a mighty free ability to push or pull bands without it being obvious tonally. So there's that bass. Normally it's like this. But I can make it just vanish. Weird. I can still hear the kick. I'm not used to being able to hear the kick on that. And we sure seem to be able to pull highs out of things. Well. Okay, so that's all good fun. What about some of the tracks I've worked with before? Oh, here's a little fun. What can we do with the guitar? Rather than full mixes, simply a track. It'll kick in a moment. Take the high mids out. It's a strong effect. Funny what it's doing in bass. Shouldn't be doing anything in sub. Yeah, we're not doing much of anything in sub. So all mids. What do you mean loves 300 hertz? Where is it 300 hertz now? It's 84 dB down. That's definitely real crunchy. We got a lot of crunch in there. Well, that's all well and good. What about drum kit? So one band at a time. Here's our subs. Maybe you can hear that, maybe you can't. Highs seem to be sitting around 10K or so. That's some bright sparkly highs, all right. Here's where our high mids are sitting. Here's where our low mids are sitting. Bass. That's a good solid kick. Lots of highs on there. Goodbye, low mids. Ultimate smiley face EQ. So that's mighty aggressive. And here's what we get when it's all based on low mids. You're getting more of a sense of that kick drum's beater. So this is some pretty wild stuff. All very interesting. I think we can live with this. It's mostly behaving, I think. What does it do on a voice? I don't like my voice in these things, but I can at least...
The only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful
Telephone?
governor of your affairs?
That's loud.
Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say?
That sounded like a mean guy. It's meant to. It was a bridge. You can certainly hype out those mid-ranges in a way that feels convincing that way. It did a pretty good job of doing that. Nicer vocal, which is not going to be the same or as good with that setting.
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare.
No sub.
Such demands are hard things to forgive.
So I'm taking a lot of low mid out.
This alone I'll call on you to do. Cast aside a lifetime's vicious lies.
More of an airy sound for that one.
Everything's returning unto you. You're the one I call upon to rise.
So with that, trying to pull out the abrasive mid-ranges and bring on more airy highs, even though they're not really there in the track. Although you could throw Silken on and then it would force a little more of them to be there. Again, that is all part of the time when I was trying to sing lead vocals and avoid coughing because it was the winter and I was reacting to stuff. Oh, here's another guitar sound. Sub is useless. Well, what's going on here? Do we have this not working properly for some reason? I don't understand. It felt like it wasn't reacting. Let's try that again. Yeah. It's not doing anything that time. What's going on? How about we quit out of all of this and try loading it up as just the plugin. Does that that's why. Well, this can be fixed. So yeah, it was playing it but was refusing to process it. But we can fix that. Now it will. Here's the top end of that. Lows, subs. All my adjustments here are very delicate. And that might be because I have so many bands going. Not bands. Not bands. Pulls. Let's have a look at this with regard to pulls. See, we use this to dial in some of our stuff. And we're 12 pulls, but if we dial it back to, say, 9, just to recompile, then it will just do it for us. That's a convenient way of doing this, even though it's not the most convenient way, but all the same, it's still kind of adapting as it goes. And there we are. Have not yet attempted to, see, this is the thing. I could tweak these numbers too. Maybe let's see what happens if we do. The power factor we're raising things to, that's going to govern where these bands sit. There may also be small adjustments elsewhere, but but so we can cross over the highs higher, mid to low mid to base, and no, hang on, base to sub. So highs to high mid to mid, could shift down a hair. Mid to low mid, that's where we would want to push it down further. Then base to subs goes up the other direction. See what we got. Because that should manipulate the overall tones of things. Let's fire this up, full band. It should be less extreme as accentuating things. Super highs? Yeah, that seems about right. High mid? Yep. Low mid? Yeah, that's what we expect. That's definitely bass. And that is more recognizably sub-subs. It's the very low end of the bass. So having done that, let's look at the measurement part. So if we cut low mids, that's largely still around 500 or so. If we cut bass, that's hanging around as high as 200-300. And then subs is as high as 30 or so. Let's look at this with noise. Now what do we got? That's closer to 10K and up. Seems about right. Still our 2K region, although it feels a little bit wider maybe. 700, but I think it's a little farther down than it was. Oh, I feel like adding another band just so that we can manipulate everything around so that I can have a dedicated knob for 300 for my dude Magnus here. Magnus wants to do 420-69 dB down for it to be functional. Well, we can but try. Let's see what we can make happen. It's just going to be strange and horrifying. But we can but try. And we're doing 9 levels of this. It's giving us some pretty heavy isolation, whether or not it looks like it. All we got to do is add one more band. And jockey it until doing that. We're probably going to do H mid, mid, and low mid for this though. No, I'm not going to ship it like that. But what I am going to do is go through this process once more. And you know what? There are so many of these. Let's just make it line up like this. The audio unit is definitely going to have to be remade as a end-to-end calculation. There's no reason not to. There's no reason to have it only work on stereo as an audio unit, because this could be another multi-channel. But let's see what we can do with this craziness. E. E. And that goes to param F. Here we're going to have these be about the same, but let's go from roughly where A sits to roughly where E sits and recalculate these ones in the middle. So what's that going to mean? I'm looking at maybe what's going to take us to this. If we started at 1, and then this one was actually golden ratio, where would it take us if we kept applying it? Hang on. Oh, that can't be right. Give me a second. I'll get there. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Somehow I'm doing it. I'm just doing it wrong every step of the way. Okay, that's more like it. 2.61 this would be. So I don't think we're actually going to get it. Unless we're squaring them each time. Oh, no, that takes us straight to 6.8. Okay. Let's start at the 0.9 again. So literal golden ratio doesn't seem to be doing it. So or would it? Hang on. Starting it at 0.9, which is a very high frequency, starts to make it look as if multiplying these things by a version of the golden ratio, but then kind of squaring it each time. Let's see. That brings that one to 1.4562. So if I multiply that by itself, that gets us to this. Brings us to 4965. And then this is not maths. Again, this is mad hacking. There's nothing I can do about it. That's just what it's going to be. And that does not give us the correct factor here. It's going to be way too large. So, golden ratio, no. 1.5, maybe. Yep, hang on, behave yourself. That takes this to 1.35. Haven't even finished the rest of it. This is way excessive. You know what? Okay, everything's all screwed up. That takes me to 3.31. Well, shucks, what would happen if I instead square rooted backwards from this base? That becomes 279, 167, 129. It might just work. I am having trouble with this, and I haven't even finished coding up the actual sound parts. Well, we're going to leave this like it is for the moment, because this is not great, but it might be somewhere in the general vicinities, and I might have to nudge everything in one direction or another to get it to work. Might be nowhere near what we're trying to do here. That doesn't change, that doesn't change. This one I have to add another stage, as do I here. Find and replace. D becomes E. C, only in here, becomes D. Up, don't have a selection. Would help if I had a selection. And then finally, E, 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 and E. In theory, that should do it. I'm skeptical. I'm going to try the square root approach to this. Might just be useful. We're going to start with 8. 8 takes me to 2.82, takes me to 1.68. See, it's not that different. Takes me to 1.29. Interesting. And then that's actually 113, but I know it doesn't want to be that low. So I guess we're going to just see where that sits and what happens when... Oh, or I could just compile it, see if it works or runs, and see what it made. Because I'm fussing with this without having tried it. And fussing with things without having tried them is not necessarily the best approach. At some point I should try it, see what it does. Here we go. Bass, sub, bass, no! Mid, and high. That does seem to take sub down. Bass appears to still be hanging around at around 100, although I do see a bump up at 1K, and that seems weird. I wasn't expecting to see that. So that could be lower. That's obviously not 300K, 300 Hertz. That's even farther off. That, however, is hanging around 3K. And that is our super highs. So this needs some work. We're looking to have bass hang out lower than that. This crossover well lower than that. It's certainly, that's not where we want it. And then if we cut everything, we do have a giant dip of 30 dB or more. It spat at me. So, what if rather than doing this, what if these are closer to numerical than power factors or multiplicative? Which is not a sensible statement, but all the same, I'm probably going to get there. So these are too clustered. And that's because I'm using a square root of 8 to get this and a square root of this to get that. So what if it's more of a... We could start that at 1 just for the purpose of thinking about it. What's halfway between 1 and 8? How about 4? How about 2? How about 6? Maybe that's going to be a little closer to what I'm looking for. Stranger things have happened. We shall see. It's worth a try. And again, 8's too low, and 1 is not small enough. But this should do something as far as pointing me in the direction of whether it's doing what I want. Effect stack. We want to see this on the controls. It does appear to be working. At least there's that. Got the subs, nothing much happening there. Bass, okay, that's around 50 to 70. That certainly counts as bass. How about this? Is this the 300 we wanted? Kinda. That's not so far off. It's not quite centered. It's a little bit lower than that, but meaning what's mid when mid is at home? Okay, 700 to 1K. I could believe that. How about this high mid? That's around the 3K that it was before. That's not so shabby. And then highs, yep, that's the bright, bright highs. So if we were to try this just as it stands on audio, there's your 300 hertz going away. And there's too much of it. There you go. There you go. Suffer. Enjoy yourself. Okay. There's our bass. That's definitely sub. High mid. Mid. There you go. Nothing but your worst. There you go. There's the frequency you want to see gone. Does it actually? No, it makes sound. So we can keep this looping. So here's what we've got on these bands as they go. Sub. That's definitely sub. Bass. Definitely bass. Suffer! This is the one you always have to take away. Here's our full mid. High mid. Yeah, that's high mid. Highs. I think this works. I wasn't bargaining on having a 6-band EQ out of today's work. That was not in my plans. Well, actually, now that we're doing that, let's play with the same filtery things that we were doing before, because it seems to be doing a pretty good job of isolating stuff. That's isolating real hard. So what happens if we take this and we construct a mix out of 6 bands of EQ? Looking at the screen to see what it does. Oh, we have to be able to hear it. There we go. There's our super brights. Loud as it can go. Not much in the way of high mids. Here's where the mids sit. You don't need much of these. So near perfect flatness. Yeah, so we can like ruin a mix this way. I can't, Magnus, I can't. That's not a thing. Suffer some more. Or let's construct one with literally no. cut it completely and build it out of all the other frequencies. What do we get? Well, first of all, let's make them all be flat. I hate to tell you, Magnus, it sounds like ass without 300. Yeah. So I can't take it all away. Interestingly, as I set it to something that sounds roughly right, it starts looking kind of flat too. And bypass is this. Too much 300. Okay, that was fun. 180 has a... Oh, add more bands! Add more bands! Maybe not. Let's not add more bands. That's fascinating, though. It turns out that having the dedicated control over no, otherwise known as 300, is pretty handy. Although you can't take it all away. You can't take too much of it away. That's neat. I wonder if I can tweak this any, though. Let's do 10 minutes or so of tweaking, if that. Tweaking these numbers. Because there's no special reason they have to be exactly that. Let's see if we can show what pokes through when we crank them. That's probably fine. It's a little low, but it seems to have a good handle on it. That probably goes up too far. It should be narrower. On the other hand, that is centering it around exactly the right amount. Maybe you could cross it over a little higher. And that could definitely cross over a little higher. And that could cross over a little higher too. And that's not so bad. So let's stop and look at what these are set to. So that could be a little higher, i.e. 0.9. If that's higher, that's 1.9. And then if that was higher, 7.9. 6.2. Well, hang on a moment, though. My instinct says that. Let's first see what that did, if these are in fact the settings I want. In fact, I can even roll that off even higher so that subs actually serves a useful base function, even though it is also going to work as earthquake territory. People don't have subwoofers like mine. Nobody will be able to use this unless it's a touch higher even than that. And that's probably cool. So highs crossed over above this. Tempted to go even higher, but I don't know if I really need to. Maybe I do. We hacking today. Let's see what this did. I'm very close to thawing out food for dinner. This is not actually pear light either. There's nothing light about this anymore. There's too much going on. I could make a simpler version. Much flatter. More like a Baxendall kind of thingy. That might work. Copy this straight over to PeriQ, and then Paralight can be this but stripped back down again. So I can save this, but I'll just copy it over to PeriQ and run with it. And then Paralight can be fewer bands and also less steepness. No, in fact, I'm not going to go and fix that right now. I will let you see the slider, but it's going away. It's not staying. I can't do that. That is for streamers only. That is for people who accompany me on these live streams only. See? No! So now what do we got? I've just adjusted all of those. So, highs. Definitely kicking in as early as this, but I do see it peaking out around 10K or so. That's probably fine. High mids, sure enough, centered on 3K, goes as high as 7K or so without too much trouble. This is showing it all the way to 160 though, so that's why these don't look like steep. They are actually still steep. This is like 18 dB is this much space. Mid, what do we got in mid? Okay, a big chunk of 1K. Going down to here and going up to here. Seems legit. Here's your 300 hertz, and indeed that does look to be the low mids area that we care about. Bass. Okay, that doesn't get as overwhelming as it was. And it's very focused on the 100 hertz. And it's just about gone by 300, which is interesting. And subs is higher than it was. It's covering up to about 40 or so, maybe. Or at least it's sort of still present there. Cool. Having done this, let's now hear what it does. on our noisy rock track. Highs? Yeah, that sounds like highs to me. That's bright. High mid also sounds about right. Mid? Yeah, that's what I think of as mid. Suffer! No! 300. Here's our bass. That does sound decidedly like bass is happening. And then here's her subs. And sure enough, they're pretty much throb. Is that coming through? Not very much, it isn't. Now it is. I'll pop my subwoofers that way. Well, you said something about bass, did you? Here's my example for terrible bass. We can cut all of those. Too much 300. Fair. If we clean up some of that excessive bass, I can absolutely hear the hi-hat. That's crazy. Sucking out too much. Interesting. Yeah, I'm pulling a bunch of 300 out. If I do it right, I can hear the kick drum. And without all of this, on. This is wild stuff. Oh yeah, no, 300 pushes the bass up too. It's a beast. This is a weird thing. This is a weird thing. What happens if we throw this at Alien Kittens? That's just synthetic noise. In fact, we even have a 96K version of it. Okay, back you go to default. Highs. Yeah, we can make that aggressive. Let's take that 300 out. I think it sounds better. We can get a lot of really deep thump out of this. Not that it's a kind thing to do, but we can. Yeah, that synth is only in mid, just about. So this is an interesting take on this. Haven't heard this before. And again, you can probably hear it. But this is where we started. So we can kind of totally revoice the thing. Again, start with. End with. And it shows up a lot more flat here too. Though that's not a target. That's not something to go. I didn't mean to do that. Wow. Okay. So I gotta go and defrost some foods. So let me do something in the meantime. I'll take that same track that I showed you before and rapidly remaster it using this. Actually, finish loading. You would be unhappy if you didn't finish loading. Good enough. think I got there. There you go. Yeah, it's mostly that I gotta pull some of this bass out. Right back. That was something. I'm honestly surprised at how well that worked out. In some ways, that EQ sounds better than some of my other stuff. Yeah, and don't fret, guys. I see you beefing with each other, and I can tell it's not serious beefing. Don't you fret. You're fine. I've just got a few more changes to make here. And then we should be good. So let's save that. Sorry. Oh, you don't get to call a control. No! They smurfed him. Pair EQ has taken on a couple of levels of quality. Pair EQ didn't used to be this good. And the way it was done was by taking the pair EQ code and making it go through all of its filter stages one at a time, rather than trying to do the entire filter all at once. Help me out here. Do you mean me saying better than other stuff? Because I think this filter is proving to be better than other stuff. Something which satisfies me a great deal, by the way. So we're going to quickly build a version of it. Then we're going to quickly copy all of this over into not Fat EQ, no, but Pair EQ. And then we're going to strip this one down so that it's a 4-bander rather than a 6-bander. Because I believe it has potential in that direction. First things first, must make this exactly what that was. That's actually a fairly easy process. That's not particularly grueling. So this one has to say PAEP, and this one PAEQ. Okay. Oh, it's going backwards from R. That's weird, but okay. I don't honestly know why it would be doing that, but fine. Why is it better? As near as I can work out, what's happening here is I've hit upon a form of EQ that responds well to being done in continuous bursts and having the poles, it has to be reconstructed back together again before the next pole kicks in. This is something I've done with biquads. This is something I've done with angle EQ. Angle EQ throws weird side effects when you do that. Biquads are extremely proper and correct and let you do neat things like the weird tilt EQ things that I'm doing with smooth EQ. 2 and 3. This feels like it's letting through sonority and tonality, which is an interesting thing to consider, seeing that I'm getting a lot done with stuff like Smooth EQ 2, which I'm looking to build into an Airwindows thing. Maybe this is the one that will end up becoming the guts of a console orchestral, because we seem to be able to reshape things very, very radically without hurting sonority or tonality. And that jumped out at me. That is why I would say this was better. Not because it's necessarily more controllable than something like one based on biquads, because that's working great for me, but because it feels like it's letting through this tonal intensity even while being able to pull really aggressive radical EQ moves. That's what I think. And yeah, my pair EQ appears to be like pair, the underlying one is just like PEAR. And so these are apparently going backwards rather than forwards letter-wise. So it's PEAQ and PEAP, PQR. My oven is ready to go. And here we are. Making this be a sexpander. There we go. We're going to rename all of these parameters, which is correct. That's what I want to see happen. This seems good. Got to go into, oh, you know what? Dang it. This isn't quite as simple as I thought, because I'll do these, and then I'll go and do it over again. Remember how I said I wanted the audio units to be N to N and use only the left channel? And I can absolutely, totally do that. That is absolutely something that I can do. I don't know if I can do it before dinner. But I do think I can finish this and kind of go from there. So we can at least get that done, if nothing else. Oops. No, honey, no. No, what I was trying to do was save, at which point these turn blue, meaning that they're ready to be used. That's the idea. And one thing I could do is simply take these and immediately make the VSTs out of them and then strip them down. Because this is what I would need for making VSTs out of, is this exact configuration. So that's not too shabby. That'll make that fairly straightforward, so that'll save me a little time. I can do that and maybe even drop this or some variation on this coming weekend, maybe, just possibly. I don't know if that's what I should be doing, but it may very well be what I am doing. Okay, A through F. So much of this is just straight up being thrown away. It doesn't really count as being thrown away, though, because everything is being reimagined. I've got a missing spot there. Through F. Come on. Very good. There's A through F there. A through E in this case. Here we go. And then we'll literally take everything below overall scale, and that's not that big. That's not that big of a plugin. It's not too overwhelming. Much better than that. Look at how much more reasonable. Oh my God, look at how much more reasonable it is in size. Wow. It's incredible. And that's with so many bands and so many stages, and it still runs like a dream. This is going to be very handy. I can stick this into all manner of stuff. And it might even run smoother than SmoothEQ. So that'll be interesting. I'm going to have to explore that. I wasn't expecting to replace all of my ongoing reverb, my ongoing EQ things. But it's just possible that I did. Depends on how much I want that tilty shelf behavior out of SmoothEQ too. And granted, first, does it build? Signs point to yes, it should, because there's nothing new about that. Let's see if it worked. We've been hearing Discord this entire time. We'll hear a little more. I wonder if my settings are the same. We'll find out. Default. Seems legit. Highs, high mids. Mid. Low mid. Bass. Sub. That's what we had. That worked. Return to default. And we have got flat as a pancake. Nothing happening at all. Neat. So, if we were to close this in preparation for making the VST and being done with it, because that's pretty much the apex of what I'm going to be able to get with that. I think they are, yes. Although we can observe. Let's see, noise. These are identical, so what I show you on this one will also apply to the other. Nope, and nope. There you are. It's maybe a hair lower than 300, which I wanted. I wanted it to sit down into the upper bass frequencies like that, but it's definitely hitting 300. Like here's 300. Granted, it's willing to go down to 200, but I think it's still basically doing it for you. That's the sound of our low mids now. corresponding to bass does not go up into those low mids, and mid does not really go down into those low mids. So I think that's the region you want. I am satisfied. Now that we're playing with that, let's quickly strip out a couple of these. Let's have A, B, and C crossovers. And one fewer stage. Might go farther than that, but maybe that's fine. Let's strip those out. We'll strip that out. A perfect EQ has been assembled. Maybe. We shall see. Not going to rename those just yet. Save. Let's see how quickly and effectively we can turn this into the perfect light four-bander. Take that out. Take that out. That out. This, however, we're going to leave some notes. These go, but we need reference to where they were. And lastly, let's see, take these ones out. Probably as simple as that. Like boop, and then boop, and hey presto. It may just immediately work. Let's find out. Like if I can dial the frequencies for this in that quickly, I'm going and having tacos like immediately. And here we are with our new version, which is no longer like this. Oh, I needed to drag it in. I may have built it, but I didn't have this open to take the newly built version and actually do anything with it. So now we replace that, and now we should see something different. Here we go. And boom, now it only has 4 controls. And they act like normal. And now this one be the super lows. Where is it going to cut off? Way too high? Okay, I haven't updated that clearly. I clearly have not updated that. Let's update it. I did not do a thing to amend it. See, we can see right there. That's what was happening. So 0.85, that's probably fine. That's between highs and high mids. So lows and low mids. What about cut the weight all the way down there. And what about that? What about that, as David Byrne would sing? Now what do we got? Oh, you've got, well, I will have tacos as well. I don't have any of those other things, other than I am a cat, so I don't have to have a cat. So there. Now, what do we got? This should be lows, and indeed it is. That should be highs, and indeed it is. This should be no. And it kind of roughly is. Super highs, irritating mids, not counting the obnoxious, and irritating mids including the obnoxious. In fact, it's still kind of centered on that a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's audition that on the same damn thing we've been listening to this entire time. Highs. High mids. No! And lows.
Very strange. They were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. They all joined their hands and set up a chant. And Discord moves right through the screen like horror from Japan. And they sang Discord, welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. Discord, welcome home. We've longed for this for years. We're here to do your bit, so don't you dare be sad. Let's get this party started, 'cause there's chaos to be had.
And then, no! Neat. I feel like I can probably take this up one. And I can probably take, well, maybe not. Maybe that's fine. We got 6. Don't worry about that. We got 6. This is light. This is light. This is the 4-bander. Let's fire it on a drum or something and then be done with it. Here's some drums. Oh, although I wanted to build the most recent version, and let's rename our names. Not just fooling. Wouldn't you have liked me to do that? It had. For a brief, beautiful moment, it did. And both of these need to be turned into VSTs before I strip them down to be one channel only so that they can work properly as multi-channel plugins, because people are going to want to use these in multi-channel too. People are going to want to be using these in everything. If I'm lucky, if it goes well. Pair light. Default. got pretty natural sounding highs no matter what we do. That's a pretty good low end. Or we can redesign it completely. Even completely focused on no! It's not that horrible. It's got a real hit you in the gut feeling to it. So you could use a sound like this in certain contexts as well. Just this aggressively dark mid-rangey. It's just all punch. Or extremes. So that's more emphasized. And that's a lot of clarity over all the little sounds, although it's rolling off highs because that hat is so loud. I have the hi-hat on this recording literally about 6 feet away from me, that away, because I can't use it with the drums. It's too loud. It's louder than this snare. So I have a much smaller hi-hat now, and that one is for overdubbing. Right on. Oh, one final thing to play with, I think, before I go. Oh, I could play with Moderntron too. I think I had N for new guitar new rig. The one that I have to turn it into stereo to use because these are not N to N. And if it was, it would be no problem, but it's not. So I have to make it be stereo before I can play with it. So Pair EQ is the 6-bander with all the control, but let's see what Pair Light EQ does here. Default. High. U. H mid. Yeah, that's what that one's made of. L mid. So you do need some L mid for that one. And then low. Pretty much nothing. So that's usefully darkened. Yeah, I'll throw the full EQ on this and go through its paces. So on this weird little one, super highs this time. H mid. Mid. Definitely mid there. No! Bass. Very nothing there. And then sub. Extra nothing there. This one simply does not have anything in there. And let's see. Right on. We got there. I'm going to get to start cooking my tacos about 15 minutes early, which is, I'm sure, not too early, but it's definitely, this experiment worked. I do not yet know whether it worked so much that it literally would be able to replace something like Smoothie Q2. I feel like some of my creative stuff I can do with Smoothie Q2 is too good to just bypass and replace with essentially what's like a 6-band graphic. But man, what a 6-band graphic. Holy crud. You shall be seeing this in due time. I don't know whether it's coming out like right away. It depends upon how well making the VST and stuff does. I've got all the work done for doing the VST now, so that makes it a little simpler. And then stripping it down to end to end, it should probably be about as simple as stripping it down to 4 bands. It shouldn't be much harder than that, so that shouldn't be too overwhelming. And yeah, I will most likely have both for all these different kinds of things. I am really fond of the way that Smoothie Q2 is able to sweep those funny bands around. It does a really good job of some of that stuff. It makes it sound very much like EQing with joysticks and doing whatever the heck you want. But the clarity of some of this stuff speaks to me pretty well. So yeah, looking good. And I will talk to you. I will be back on Thursday. We'll do something on Thursday. Probably plugin making, although at some point I'm going to switch over to more Minecrafting because I've made my backlog here is so enormous that I got to start putting these things out. You have no idea how much I've been doing recently that can just be put out. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.